Meeting of the Camarillo Library Board to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Trustee Little. Here. Trustee Kildee.
Here.
Trustee Morgan.
Here.
President Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
President Craven.
Here. This is the first time I've ever been president. I've been mayor, I've been council member, I've been vice mayor, but I've never been a president before. Mrs. McDonald, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Your right hand over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments, Madam President.
Okay. Public comments. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to the Camarillo Library Board on an item that's not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
The motion is second. Please vote.
A little different here.
Motion carries unanimously. That's Brian. Okay. I believe that is all. It's a really short agenda.
We do have our library representative here. Say she has something to say or want to talk.
Would you like to speak? It might be really good if you highlighted the days that the library will be closed or anything during the holiday season.
Okay, I shall do that, Madam President.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your presidency. The library will be closed on December the 25th and closing early the night before at 5 o'clock. We'll also be closed for January the 1st. And again, we close at 5 o'clock the night before, which would be December 31st. And just very quickly, because I know you have a very full schedule tonight, I do want to tell everyone to save the date. We're in the middle of planning for Chinese New Year's, Saturday, February the 21st. We had about 2,000 people there last year, and hopefully we'll have at least that many this year. So I think that's all I wanted to report. Thank you.
Good.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, the library board meeting is adjourned.
Okay, I'd like to call the regular Camarillo Sanitary District Board meeting to order, please, for December 10th, and all directors are present. Amendments to this agenda? Any amendments?
No amendments.
Public comments for the SAN? Let's go down to item 3. It's the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
It's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. Let's see, the departmental will be combined with the regular city council meeting. So we'll go down to comments from staff. Any comments?
I don't have any, Tom.
No comments, Tom? How about any comments from any board members tonight? Any comments from any board members? Mr. Morgan?
Chairman, I'm just wondering how you're going to go to in January to the CASA meeting in January. You going to go, Charlotte?
I don't tell. I don't want the whole world to know if somebody's going to be at my house or not during
I'm
any
not saying the
particular
date.
time, so I don't announce ahead of time.
Okay, well, I'm going to be going, so.
Good.
However, CASA is coming up.
Yes. Anything else from anybody? Okay, we don't have any public hearings, so we are going to recess until the financial statement come up with the regular city council meeting. So with that, we're in recess.
I call the meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency to order. The record shows all members are present.
Is your microphone on?
Nope. There it is.
Pull it down.
No.
First item is any amendments to this agenda?
There are no amendments.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would get used to that, huh? Your Honor, that part.
I respond.
You did respond. It took a second, but you got there. Could I ask that item J be pulled from the consent calendar only to be voted on separately?
See, we're now on the successor agency.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
My fault. I already put it away. I was ahead of you.
just save that
I
comment.
will. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Any public comments? Anyone wish to speak to the successor agency? Not? Consent calendar.
Move the approval.
I'll second.
The motion made and seconded to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Motion is carried. Any staff comments?
I don't have any, Ronnie. Do you have any?
Not, this meeting will stand adjourned. Call the meeting of the City Council of Camarillo to order and let the record show that all members are present. Okay, first item is amendments to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have two amendments. If you would please turn to page 2 of your City Council agenda, item H, the one that starts out with ordinance number 1100. I'd like to move that to departmental, please, under community development. That would be on page 3.
It'll be item B under that department.
Correct. And then the second item I have is page 3 of your agenda. Down near the bottom, it says Public Works, Camarillo Springs debris flow. I'd like to move that, if you could please, to departmental, which is on the last page of your agenda. It'd be the last item on the City Council agenda we would handle in the 7:30 session.
Okay.
And those are my amendments.
Is that the same thing for the H, the 7:30 agenda? You said
No, H would be in the early session.
I'm sorry. I heard departmental. Where was it?
Community development on,
Oh, community development.
yeah.
See,
Your Honor.
McDonald, did you have?
Now my J, huh? Can we pull item J to just vote on it separately, so it can just come at the consent calendar, but just do it separately?
And Your Honor, if I could ask that before you vote on item J, I would just have a couple comments to make.
Okay, we'll take up the consent calendars, except for item H and J.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just in case anybody is in the audience who wanted to talk on Public Works A, which is being moved to the evening session, if there's anybody here who wanted to talk who didn't want to come back, would that be possible? I don't know if there's anybody in the audience who wants to speak to it or not, but since we're changing which session we're going to be in.
Well, let's take care of the consent calendar first. That item is on the Public Works departmental agenda as it is, so we could come back and
Okay.
take that up separately. Okay, is there a motion to approve the?
We're not there yet, Your Honor. We're just on amendments to the agenda.
Presentation first, then we'll do the.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, we do have a proclamation to be presented tonight. On Saturday, this coming Sunday, there will be a fundraiser held in Camarillo for a Camarillo young man who, sophomore at Rio Mesa, who has had some health issues. His family's had the same basic health issues, and so this is a fundraiser to help out the family. And
I think they're here to receive.
yes, they are. And so I'm going to ask them to join me over here at the presentation and talk about this this matter. Thank you. Yeah. Family, join me up here, please. On Sunday, December 14th, there's going to be a fundraiser to be held at the Rock City Studios in Pickwick to benefit Jordan Dobson, Jordan's situation was noted in a recent Ventura County Star article on he and his family and some of the difficulties they've had over the last several years. And rather than me to reiterate them through this reading of the proclamation, I'm going to ask you to give a little summary of this, if you would, please.
Oh, yes, I can do that. Okay. Well,
Hold it up to your mouth.
yes, thank you, Mayor. Council members, thank you for having us here tonight. Jordan and his family, thank you. He's a sophomore. Jordan's a sophomore at Rio Mesa High. On September 15th, he was running cross-country practice with his team. He's waiting at a green light and suffered a seizure. He woke up in an ambulance. St. John's found a mass in his brain, and he was airlifted to Children's Hospital where, after 9 days, including a brain biopsy, was diagnosed with anaplastic astrocytoma, a rare malignant brain tumor. Jordan's a quiet, soft-spoken, 4.0 honor student with a love for video games and anime. The Dobsons are one of 500 families worldwide that are trapped in a syndrome called Lie-Fromeni, which is where a parent unknowingly passes on an increased risk of cancer to their children. In 2003, his mom was diagnosed with leiomyosarcoma and lost her battle to the disease in 2005. At the same time, Matthew, Jordan's younger brother, who was just under 3, struggled with rhabdomyosarcoma. The genetic issue is called P53, and both Matthew and Jordan have it, which basically put them at a much higher risk for cancer. So we're here, we're the committee to help the family. So please join us for Jam for Jordan. It's December 14th, this Sunday. It's hopefully a fun family day of music, food, and auctions, raffles. We've got about 11 bands, different genres, country, rock, rap, indie. Camarillo's own renowned band, Caught Red-Handed, will start things off at 12:30 at Rock City Studios from noon to 8 at 2258 Pickwick Drive in Camarillo, California. Food, there will be food there from Cronies, Michi's Pizza from noon to 5. There will be an auction. We have some really great items that people are just amazing. The band Slipknot, Black Sabbath drummer Bill Ward, these people have signed things for this event. The Doors, Robbie Krieger, Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, Linkin Park, Richie Sambora, and more. So there'll be raffles, door prizes throughout the day. And all proceeds are going directly to the Dobson family. So if you want to help, come to the benefit. That's one of the ways you can help, is come to the benefit this Sunday. There's also a GoFundMe site, which you can, it's gofundme.com, GBZZHS. But you can find it just by going to GoFundMe in Camarillo, and you can find Jordan Dobson on there if you'd like to do that. So with that, I'd like to thank my neighbor, Charlotte Craven, and the entire Camarillo City Council for proclaiming the day Jordan Dobson Day on December 14th. And the committee here is very grateful. The support from the community so far, Camarillo residents, the local businesses, has been amazing and overwhelming.
Thank you. Question, Your Honor. With that many great names, I'm talking about bands, I don't know how you got some of those guys, but if you've, with that many names out there, do you have room?
Well, those are just signed items.
Oh,
The
I'm
actual
sorry.
bands are local bands. So yeah, no, I wish we could have gotten them here, but
Yeah.
we wouldn't have room.
The Caught Red-Handed is going to give you,
Caught Red-Handed.
it's going to be a full house.
Right. I'm hoping that'll happen. hoping that with each band,
People cycle through.
following comes.
Yeah.
Well, we have this proclamation, and I'm not going to, as they said, not going to read it. You've adequately and eloquently stated the issues, and we'll all look forward to supporting Jordan this Sunday. And by the way, I just think it's important to remember that this wouldn't happen in every community in this country. It's because we're in Camarillo that neighbors come together and do something like this, and we should all be thankful we live here for that reason. So thank you again for
Your Honor?
that. Thank you. Yes.
Could they tell people if there's an opportunity to buy tickets in advance? If so, where? If they're available at the door and that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's an opportunity to buy tickets at the door as well as online. So if you go to our GoFundMe and Facebook page, you can find the links to get online tickets.
Well, thank you very much and we'll all look forward to being there on Sunday. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we get to the consent calendar. Is there,
I'll move the approval of the consent calendar, let's see, item H and J.
Second.
moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Please vote. Motion's carried.
Your Honor, I will move the approval of item J, but I believe that Mr. Fox wanted to say something.
Your Honor, and this is just to kind of recap a discussion we had on a similar item a couple meetings ago. The action that you would be taking if this is approved is to approve construction plans for public improvements related to a land development project. And because of design immunity, a tool that we use to protect the city, if there's ever a claim against something that would occur in a public facility, we refer back to that the plans were approved by the governing body, and so we would want to make sure that if there was a vote against these plans, that it's at least acknowledged that it's not because of the quality of the plans, but it would be for another reason. So if there is a reason to have a dissenting vote, if that could be at least included in the record.
Do you have any?
Certainly, I'll use the same reason I did on the last meeting, and it's basically that I did not approve this project, and therefore it's that whole concept, not the direct plans themselves.
Okay.
Even though it falls into each other.
We don't have a second yet, though.
Oh,
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I have one question on this item, and just does this include not only the track map but also the road improvements that for Ponderosa that adjacent and the park that are part of this whole development?
The Ponderosa improvements were under a separate set of plans. The Springville specific plan area has a number of different tracks, so you will see each of those come in independently with just the public improvements related to that track. So this set of plans would be for the streets essentially surrounding this particular track.
Okay. Any further questions? Please vote. Motion carries. Okay, we go to City Council item, the meeting schedule for 2015. Anyone want to?
That's my item.
Yes.
The schedule before you is consistent with our past practice. We've shifted the schedule just slightly as outlined in the agenda report. Other than that, there are no changes.
Okay. All right. Any comments from the council?
I do have one question.
Yes.
If I might. Last year, when we were planning the employee recognition dinner, we talked.
This is just the council meeting.
Oh, I'm going back. I'm just
You're ahead of us
I
tonight.
am, aren't I? I must be in a hurry tonight. Sorry about that. Oh, I do have one question on this one. When we don't have an election year, we still have a special night just to do the reorganization? Because we used to just do it the first one. Okay.
Okay,
Move the
any
approval.
I'll second the motion.
motion second? All in favor? Please vote.
I am.
Motion's carried. Okay, this item is the annual events calendar for 2015. This is
This is-
everything that's involved in the city that we know about and that we have anything to say about it.
Or even if we don't.
Well, even if we don't, we do it, though. So, any
Now I'll ask that question. Sorry about that.
okay.
If I might. Last year, when we were planning the employee recognition dinner, we talked about looking at a different venue. That didn't occur to my knowledge, and now that this year I see that we're automatically put it on the location on here. So my question would be, can we at least talk about that, perhaps set the date, but
Absolutely.
I think it was the direction of council last year that we
It was.
It was,
I have another item.
yeah.
I noticed that National Night Out is going to be on a Sunday this year. I believe it's always been on a Saturday before. Could I ask, how come we're changing it to a Sunday?
On National Night Out, it's typically a Saturday and it's on a Sunday.
It says Sunday, August 9th. I didn't
Yeah.
check that. But I really don't like having things like that on Sundays.
I think that's a typo there.
I thought I checked it. I thought that was a Sunday.
it is a Sunday. I mean, it
Yeah.
is definitely a Sunday because there's a concert on the 8th, which is a Saturday.
Well, maybe we need to check that one because it's so specific.
Well, Saturday is the 9th, is it not?
No, Saturday's the 8th, according to my calendar.
Well, right above it
I'm
is the
sorry,
concert
I'm on
Saturday.
14,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'll work with
Okay.
Commander Stewart, and we'll get the
Yeah.
correct date in there.
Okay, well, if it's going to be a Sunday, let's talk about it because I'd like to talk to the sheriff's department about not having it on a Sunday.
It sounds like it won't be a Sunday. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me. Just, we need to correct the date then.
Are you okay with having, I'm sorry, are you okay with having the picnic on a Sunday?
Yeah. That's worked out really well. I just think that the, having a big public thing, I prefer it not to be on a Sunday.
But Jan can't have the same partner she had last time, and where is he?
Oh, no, we got to defend our title.
Getting back to this employee recognition dinner, I would suggest that maybe we should just ask that this Las Posas Country Club notation be stricken and just
Well,
have the item.
If they've already got a contract with them, just ask to talk about it
Okay, we'll talk about it then.
or to check into someplace else.
Okay. Well, we could decide to do it, but, all right, any further comments on this item? Is there a motion?
Move the
Moved.
approval with the exception of the, what was it, the
National Night Out.
National Night Out to be discussed and brought back to us for discussion.
And also the Law Day dinner. I mean, the employee recognition dinner.
Location of the,
Oh, okay, yes, with the exception of those two.
okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion's carried. Okay, item C is City Council appointments for 2015. As these were put together, I tried to balance out the workload among the City Council standing committees and tried to keep things pretty much in order with what we have had, a few changes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I do have one comment, and you just mentioned, and I wasn't going to say it, but you talked about balancing it out, and I just want to make sure you understand what you gave yourself. You ended up with 5 standing committees, or some of us have 3, Plus, you've taken on probably the heaviest load in the regional one, so, and you're mayor this year. So as long as you know you did it, we'll have to remind you later on in the year that you did this to yourself. But
Yeah,
that's a lot of committees and a lot of reading that you've taken on, so.
well, a few of
Buyer
them,
beware.
a few of them are just one time during the year sort of thing, so that, I had that in mind while we did it, so.
Your Honor, I'll move the approval, but I do want to say we don't want to hear any complaints about you having too many committees.
Oh, I'm not complaining, I'm just reminding him
No,
what
I'm
he's got up
saying
to.
him.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries. Okay, move to finance. And we need to reconvene the sanitary district at this time. Would you please do so?
Okay, I will reconvene the sanitary district meeting at
All
this
right.
time.
Thank you. I'll make my introductory comments as Robert Callanan, the partner with White Nelson Dale Evans, begins to make his way toward the podium. This is the financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2014. For the city and the community, the sanitary district. I also will just note that two of the accounting division staff members are in the audience who've done quite a lion's share of this work, and that is Lizette Maldonado, the accounting manager, and Louise Choi, our accountant. So with that, I'll let Bob take you through the financial statements that we're presenting for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2014.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here to give you the report on our audit of your financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2014. Those financial statements are contained in your comprehensive annual financial report that I believe all of you have received a copy of. I have some required disclosures as are required by the auditing standards, and I would like to go through those at this time. Basically, just want to point out a few things. First of all, management is responsible for the selection of the appropriate accounting policies that are utilized by the finance department. The significant accounting policies are described in footnote 1 to your financial statements. There were no new accounting policies, and the application of existing policies did not change during the year ended June 30th, 2014, and we did not come across any unusual transactions of any nature. We also believe that the significant transactions have all been recognized in the proper period so that the financial statements from a cutoff perspective are fairly stated. I want to point out to you that the financial statements do contain accounting estimates. Some of the significant estimates that are in the financial statements have to do with the estimated fair market value of the investments that are held as of June 30th. Estimates of the value of capital assets that may have been donated from developer projects to the city, the estimated useful lives of those assets and how they're being utilized in the city. Depreciation expense is an estimate. The annual required contributions and the funded status and funding progress for the defined benefit pension plan and the other post-employment health care benefit plans, those are also some of your significant estimates. We look at those estimates from a year-to-year basis for consistency and application of methodology of determining those estimates, and pleased to report that they are consistent and reasonable based on our audit procedures. I want to point out that notes 15 and 17 are the footnotes are the ones that contain more information of transactions that are of an estimate nature. Those are the defined benefit pension plan, the other post-employment benefit plan. Note 17 just is a significant accounting disclosure as it relates to the successor agency and where the successor agency stands in the dissolution process. I'm pleased to report that we didn't encounter any significant difficulties in performing the audit, and we had no disagreements with management over accounting issues, disclosure issues, or things of that nature. I was also not aware of any opinion shopping because we had no disagreements with anything, so that was great. We did have some misstatements that we came across during the course of the audit. Management has agreed to those, correcting those misstatements, and those are incorporated in the financial statements before you. I am required to point out two of the estimates have to do with classification of unavailable revenue that needed to be adjusted, and those were the only two. One had to do with the Transit Enterprise Fund, and it is correctly stated or fairly stated in your financial statements now, and the second had to do with the transfer of assets from the successor agency over to the city as a result of the property management plan being approved by the Department of Finance. One aspect of that had to do with a note receivable, and it's an accounting methodology change that required an adjustment. So with that, that's all I have to talk about from a required disclosure standpoint. I want to point out we did the audit of the city's federal grant programs, and again, I would be pleased to report that we did not have any compliance findings or significant issues with the internal controls related to those federal grant programs. I did come across one matter of internal control discrepancy, and I'd just like to preface this briefly with there's kind of three levels of comments that can come from an auditor. There's material weaknesses, which is the most concerning level of comment. There's significant deficiencies, which is right below that. And then there's other matters, which is a category really designed to help management and the city maybe slightly tweak and make improvements into the internal control process. And so this comment that we came across this year has to do in the other matters category. It's the lowest level category there. And it just had to do with compliance with a Transparency Act. There was one federal grant, CDBG, that the city grants money down to subrecipients, and if that grant level is over $25,000, you're required to report it on a federal website. And one of the three in that category, we noted one that wasn't up there, and it was just, to me, it wasn't anything unusual, just an inadvertent single occurrence, and that has been rectified. My understanding is going forward now that that had been pointed out to management. So with that, the financial statements in the financial section, our independent auditor's report is pages 21 to 23. On the top of page 22 is our audit opinion. It's an unmodified opinion on your city's financial statements. That's the highest form of opinion that independent auditors can provide, and it essentially states that your financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles as they relate to governmental entities. The financial statements themselves are consistent with the prior year. There's no particular financial statements, footnote disclosures that I want to point out that are new or different or unique. So at this time, I just open it up to the council and mayor if you had any questions about the audit process that I would be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just say that the Finance Committee met with you earlier in the afternoon and had a discussion on all these items and concur that the audit is properly done and everything. So anyone have a question? Yes, Kevin?
Question. Is there anything that we should be doing that you're aware of that we're not? And consequently, if we're not, and I know this is kind of a moving target with all the new regulations and stuff that seem to be coming down the pipe on a yearly basis, but is there anything in the future that you can see that we're going to have to address that we haven't addressed up to this point?
From a financial reporting standpoint and everything, you're up to speed on just about everything right now. The one that's coming down the pike that's of particular concern is next year is GASB 68, Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement number 68. That has to do with pensions and reporting the liability for pensions on the face of the financial statements. Right now, the financial statements before you have a lot of note disclosure related to that, but no number on the financial statements. So that's the next, quote, big project for finance to handle. Finance is somewhat hampered by the fact that we're going to have to wait on CalPERS to provide a lot of information in order to initiate. There is some discussion that needs to happen. I believe that is happening, and it's just kind of a wait and see because that information supposedly is going to get to the cities by this upcoming July and August. Obviously, the year end's closed, and so it's a matter of how fast can the information be received from CalPERS because they have a lot of plans they're dealing with. And so management's aware of that, is in contact and making sure they get their place in line, hopefully to get that squared away. But that's the only thing that's significant coming up in the next year.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move to receive and file the CAFRA and the various audit reports.
Second.
Hearing nothing, please vote. So you want to do the finance, do we need to do the sanitary district now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there a motion for the?
I'll move to receive and file the financial statement, the various reports and the CAFR.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion here? None, please vote. That passes unanimously. So with that, I will adjourn the sanitary district meeting.
Okay, we'll move on to community development. We have an item, exclusive
Your Honor?
negotiation agreement. Yes.
I know that we moved this item on the debris flow, and I don't know if there's anybody here who wanted
Oh,
to
that's
speak
right.
to it, but if they don't want to come back later, could they at least speak to us now?
Is there anyone here dealing with the item on Camarillo Springs debris flow? That is, we will have discussion on that, but it will be at 7:30. Is there anyone here that wishes to be heard now?
Thank
Not,
you.
We'll move on. Okay, exclusive negotiating agreement for Cedar Oak mixed-use project. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, we'll be presenting an item regarding an exclusive negotiation agreement for the Cedar Oak mixed-use project.
Could you turn your microphone on?
It is on.
There we go.
Directed toward the screen, we have a picture of a schematic of the project from a bird's eye view. The project is located on Ventura Boulevard between Cedar and Oak in Old Town. And it was acquired by the redevelopment agency in 2010 and cleaned up by the agency. The property was caught up in redevelopment dissolution and became an asset of the housing successor, which is now the city. It is comprised of 22 units of moderate income housing and approximately 6,000 square feet of ground floor commercial. It is fully parked with on-site spaces and 21 new on-street spaces that will be available for not only the project but for the general public. We released a request for proposals in June 2014. We received 2 proposals in response. The proposal from Camarillo Old Town Equities, LLC, which is a collaboration between a joint venture between Ventura Investment Company, headed by Bart Stern, and KL Associates, headed by Jim Ludwig. Both are Camarillo-based firms with local development and property management experience. They are offering, as part of their proposal, conventional financing, which is very attractive in being able to move this project along without any additional weights by other federal agencies. And also with conventional financing, the project's moderate interim housing goal is able to be preserved. VIC-KL will maintain ownership of the whole project and manage the property. That's very attractive to us. In terms of the exclusive negotiation agreement, it allows the city and VIC-KL to discuss and negotiate various issues relating to the project financing, development requirements, property transfer, and timing of development. The ENA allows for an original 120 days of negotiation with 2 60-day extensions that can be approved by the city manager. Either party can terminate the ENA if the project is considered financially infeasible or if it turns out that through negotiations it loses its public objective. The ENA is expected to lead to the development of a draft development agreement for council approval. and the council reserves full discretion throughout the negotiation to approve or reject the development agreement. Our recommendation this evening is to authorize the city manager to execute the exclusive negotiation agreement with Ventura Investment Company and KL Associates LLC.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
Any questions of staff? Yes.
Yeah, Dave, these 22 residential units, as far as they're going to be moderate income restricted, which is, as I understand, 120% of the area media income, will that be adjusted on a yearly basis?
Yes, it is. Eligibility for these units is adjusted as the median income is adjusted for this county by the state of California.
Do we know about right now what that monthly rent would be? Has that
No, I
been
haven't
calculated?
calculated that as yet.
Okay, but
it should be fairly close to market, but maybe slightly lower.
okay. Now, with these units, will it be as far as I mean, my lease, you know, I've got like a 5-year lease. I mean, is it a year-to-year lease that the applicant's going to do on this, or will you go in and say that, you know, I want to lease this for 3 years, 2 years, or is it a yearly lease that he's going to set up with the potential renters?
Are you
on this?
speaking about the residential?
Yes, the residential.
Actually, at this point, we haven't discussed that.
Okay.
Typically, when it comes to housing and the management of housing, we generally leave that to the manager of the housing to deal with that as the market allows.
And that'll be the same thing on the commercial part of this potential development
Yes,
then,
we
too?
are not going to play any role in the management of the property once it's developed.
Okay. And the utilities will be underground in this project?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the plan.
Okay. And the parking, again, will be just like it's been designed and we've discussed in the past as far as the parking there?
I think part of our discussion, there may be some value engineering on the tuck-under parking. That's a very expensive component
Yes, it
of this
is.
project, and we may need to explore that some more. However, any major modification to the approved CUP would be going back to the Planning Commission for review and further approval.
And this property, it's all clean? I mean, in other words, it's ready to go as far as the environmental issues on the property there?
Yes, it is. There are no further environmental concerns.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilman McDonald.
I had two, and they really touch on, Kevin's kind of touched on them. The undergrounding of utilities, when we really originally talked about this site, we talked about doing the back alley and a little bit further out. Are we going to talk about that, not just with this piece, but as a whole, so that we're doing the most we can to improve that whole area?
The short answer,
on, I can't see
the short answer to your question is yes. We are working with Edison as part of the funding program they have to underground utilities, but because of the way they define their scope, their project scope, we will not be undergrounding all of the through the entire length of the alley, but it will end up being mostly in just proximity to this project.
I think at one point in time we also talked about, and we weren't sure when we got to the end here, if there would be funds within the old redevelopment pot that could be used for it, as well as Edison's piece. So I'm hoping that you look at it all and see if we can get the most bang for the buck, as they say, and get its most done and improve that whole section behind it at the same time. And my second question had to do with the what you're negotiating. I know there's been some changes in code and so forth, but you're going to get it as close to what we've all looked at for years and worked on developing.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, the rooftop patio and so forth, even though it might take different method of getting up there.
Yes, the rooftop patio in its current configuration is a little bit problematic from a code standpoint. It is a project objective. It's a nice amenity. If we can keep it, we'll certainly strive to do so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council comments?
I have one. I'm sorry. Can I get a follow-up? Sorry. The parking, Dave, I know what I read, it's 21 existing on-street parking places that currently surround the building and 21 additional new on-street parking places. Now, the renters there, will they be parking their car where? I just don't want to see us get into a situation that we had at the Village at the Park with this. So.
Understood. If you'll remember, in the original project that was approved, the tenant parking for those living there was to be captured in the tuck-under parking and fully parked there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Very good.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I move to authorize.
Could you hold that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have I have a blue card here
Oh,
from
I'm sorry.
Bart Stern. Bart, would you like to come forward and state your name and for the record?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. Bart Stern, president of Ventura Investment Company, and we're based right up the street at 1601 Carmen Drive. Just wanted to be here to express interest and happiness to be able to move forward and work with the Community Development Department and consultants to determine whether we can come up with an arrangement that's feasible and workable both for the city and for our joint venture partner, KL Investments. And also want to express on behalf of Mr. Ludwig and Mr. Keller, principals of that entity, that we're all very happy to be working on this and hope to come up with something that's very workable.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Stern?
I'm happy to answer any questions or provide more info.
No, I got a comment, not a question.
Okay.
I got a question, if you will.
Yes, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, thanks, Bart. You know, I'm a retailer at heart, as you know,
Right.
and parking's always really important to, you know, from the business community. I know you know that, especially down on the boulevard, but not specifically anywhere. And are you comfortable that? And I know you're still working on that design, that could be dealt with as far as the commercial part of this, because I think it's going to be a really neat project there, but we want to make sure that we've got enough parking, for the commercial part of it as well. Are you comfortable you can work with staff and see what you can come up with too?
And share the same concern, and I agree that the product is something that will work well, both the residential component and the retail as well. And I think the only trick is to make sure that we can come up with something that's feasible, that is workable for everyone, both for the city and for the developer, that works out well, both financially and functionally. So that's one of, I think, the major projects to work on together to see if we can come up with that. We've engaged an architect to help with looking at design efficiencies to determine how we can all work together and come up with solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I think we can be glad that we're working with some local people who know Camarillo and have owned property and managed property in the city. So thank you.
Can I make a comment while he's still there? Because it hasn't been brought up during the whole 50th, but we, like you say, we have two great firms that we know and have done well in Camarillo. And Bart's, of course, been here forever. His father was one of those who helped put the committee, was on the committee to help make the city a city. And that never has been mentioned, and I want to make sure people know that. So,
thank you for acknowledging that. And as a business person and resident who has lived in the city and just now right outside the city limits, take great pride in being a Camarillian and being part of the city.
Well, thank you, Bart. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think Councilman Craven.
I move to authorize the city manager to execute an exclusive negotiation agreement with Ventura Investment Company and KL Associates.
Second.
Withdraw.
Moved and seconded, we approve the negotiating agreement. Please vote. Motion's carried. Okay, item H. Let's see, that's the matter of the ordinance number 1100, ordinance, city council, amending the municipal zoning code, off-street parking pertaining to parking requirements for new residential multifamily ownership projects. Can we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you very much. I direct your attention to the screen. Just a recap of the action that was taken by the City Council on November 19th, in which a new ordinance was introduced regarding parking for townhouses and condominiums. If you remember, staff's recommendation, which I've listed up the top here, was that if a unit has a parking apron in front of the garage or a dedicated site parking stall, then we would be increasing the current requirement from 1 to 2 open guest spaces for every 5 units. However, if the unit does not have a parking apron in front of the garage or a dedicated site parking stall, then we would be moving the requirement from 2 to 3 open guest spaces for every 5 units. After some discussion, the City Council approved the following for all units with 3 bedrooms or fewer. That if the unit has a parking apron, then 2 open guest spaces for every 5 units. However, if it does not have a parking apron, then 4 open guest spaces for every 5 units. However, as introduced, there is now no expressed parking standard for units with 4 or more bedrooms, and staff was directed to come back with a recommendation, and we had planned to come back on January 14th, 2015. Now, there are a few projects that would be immediately affected by the new standard, and I apologize for the size of this type. Number 1 is Mission Oaks Townhomes on Verdugo and Camino Ruiz. This is a project that is currently in the general plan amendment referral process. A mitigated negative declaration is out on the street now for its public comment period. We are anticipating bringing the general plan amendment and zone change to the Planning Commission hearing, on January 20th, and then to City Council on hearing on February 11th. The residential plan development permit would be moving to the Planning Commission hearing in March, subject to, and that approval is subject to appeal and a council order of review if council decides to review the RPD for the project. The project, as it is expressed in the mitigated negative declaration, includes 129 townhomes, which have a combination of 2 and 3 bedrooms, and it is currently designed at the current 2 per 5 no apron standard, the one that's currently in code. The project would require a redesign to add approximately 20 to 25 more parking spaces if it is held to the 4 per 5 standard that council has introduced. That redesign will likely require the reduction of some units as the developer has proposed them. The second project that would be affected, although it's not close on the heels like Mission Oaks Townhomes is, but it's in design right now, is Camarillo Village Homes, which is a portion of the EJM site at Lewis and Pleasant Valley. The general plan amendment referral is in process, but we're still in site planning. The environmental on this project, whether it be a focused EIR or an MND, has not started because we still have yet to come up with a project description. We haven't settled down on the site planning well enough to be able to give this to a consultant to fully describe it for environmental review purposes. Water availability for this project is in question because of where we are with the drought. And then the project is currently, in its most recent iteration, proposing 286 townhomes with 24 flats, 2 and 3 bedrooms each, with an option for 4 bedrooms. It's currently being designed at the 3 per 5 no apron standard. The third project is St. John Seminary College, GPA 2007. That's when it started. And number 3, at Upland and Wood Creek. Now, this GPA is in process, has been for many years now, and we're in a new site planning effort with this project. Currently, Shea Holmes, who is the developer on the behalf of the Archdiocese, is proposing approximately 261 units designed at the 3 to 5 no apron standard. This will be a unique, isolated, gated 55-plus community with its own specific plan. Finally,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Dave. By plans, do you mean, are some of those single-family homes, or are those multiple units?
It's going to be some single family, some cluster. Finally, all the future Springville developments that have yet to be built, there's no effect on council's parking action on these projects, because the parking in the Springville area is controlled by its own specific plan parking standards, which meet or exceed the current 2 per 5 no apron standard. In terms of options for tonight that council may want to consider, number 1 would be adopt the introduced ordinance and have staff return with 4 bedrooms or more standard. This ordinance would go into effect on January 10th unless it's appealed. And then all the projects that I just spoke about would be affected, and they must comply with the new standard. No project has an approved residential plan development permit at this time, so no project has any development entitlement. And you had directed the staff to return to address the 4 bedrooms or more standard, and we would be coming back in January to accomplish that. Second option would be to postpone the second reading of this ordinance and introduce 4 bedrooms or more standard with a simultaneous adoption. And what that does is it preserves the introduced ordinance and telegraphs the intent of council that a change in standards is coming. But keep in mind, if an RPD, a residential plan development permit, is approved without the adopted update, then the development is parked at today's current standard. Third option is to table the reading of the ordinance and return with a full update for all unit sizes. So all projects, if approved, would be subject to the current 2.2 per 5 no apron standard until a new ordinance is adopted. Finally, number 4, table the second reading of the ordinance, which is the status quo. That means that all projects, if approved, would be subject to the current 2 per 5 no apron standard, and the under parking problems that Tom and I have described would not be solved. Finally, here's what council needs to keep in mind. The council has ultimate authority over this parking issue for all affected projects because it can choose to delay or reject any general plan amendment referral until the new parking standards are adopted. That concludes staff's report.
Are there any questions of staff? Councilmember McDonald.
I just would like to clarify that you've brought up 3 projects that would be affected by this immediately, but none of those projects have made it through the general plan referral process. So none of them even have zoning rights, or forget the RD. I can't even talk. I'm just upset.
That's correct. An RPD could not be processed without the general plan amendment.
So it seems to me that we're jumping ahead. We're worrying about that, and they don't even have we haven't even got through the general plan referral piece. So there's no rights at all here. And suddenly this is all coming up because we're worried about projects, some of which have been sitting out there for years, that don't even have the zoning rights. So I guess it's bothering me that suddenly, after all we went through 2 weeks ago to come up with this, now we're trying to backtrack to please 3 projects that do not even have the rights, any rights.
Please recognize that staff is not advocating any action that diverts from council's intention. of introducing the ordinance 2 weeks ago. Number one, we wanted to clarify that there's still work to do on the four-bedroom standard, and that this is where we are in the project. Council, of course, has several options in which to deal with this ordinance if they so wish.
Okay. Mr.
Your Honor, with looking at what we've gone through, and he's made a lot of different things that we need to look at. He's presented a lot of things that we need to look at further, I believe. The number 3 option lets us put that off and review those again. I think we may have
options back up, please.
Yeah, please.
Anyway, that allows us to come back as a council and relook at some of this, and he'll have the 4-unit item also for us to look at that time, right, Dave? The 4-unit proposal?
Yes, that 4-unit proposal can come back, separately, or it could come back, together with the introduced ordinance.
Well, if we went with number 3, you could bring it back with that choice, correct?
Yes, we would come back with the introduced option and with the standards for 4 bedrooms or more.
I know some of these, like Jan said, haven't been approved, but we still need to look ahead and see what requirements will have to happen, even if they are presented. And I think it is pertinent for us to go through number 3, so we, the City Council, can see which way we want to go. So I'm recommending that today.
I don't quite understand that, but may I ask another question, Your
Yes.
Honor? I don't understand what you're going to bring us back that we haven't already looked at as far as what has been changed to the ordinance. So what more information are you going to give us?
When you get into 4 bedrooms...
Forget the 4 bedrooms. We know that's coming back. But 3 and below, what new information will you give us?
My intention would be bring back what council has previously approved or introduced, and that would be the 3 per 5 or 4 per 5 no apron standard.
So there really is no new information, so there's no reason to delay it.
I don't have that intention. Maybe additional staff discussion may bring something more to light, but we haven't heard it yet.
And frankly, if we bring back the second reading, whether it be tonight and you take action tonight or in the future, we literally cannot change the ordinance that you've already approved on the first reading. We've got to bring back pretty much the exact ordinance.
So there really is no reason to delay it.
That's your decision. If you want to couple, really the fine line is if you want to couple the second reading at a future date with the 4-bedroom code analysis, you may wish to do that, or you can bifurcate, approve, go for the second reading tonight, and we'll bring back the 4-bedroom analysis at that time.
Any other comments from council? Well, my concern is thinking about this, that we're kind of doing this all in bits and pieces, and it seems to me we ought to set a study session and see what 4 per 5 guest units really does to a project, and how it shapes up in terms of the intent, the layout of a project, and whether we're just talking about building basically large parking lots and putting some buildings around it. So I think it might be well to hold up on this and bring in the fourth bedroom unit standards, and then take a look at it in a manner that we can have displayed on a screen what these things look like at the end of the day.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman.
What I've been thinking about in the last couple weeks is, are the comments that were made by Mr. Mishler, who came up and talked about, what was it, square feet, and how that worked in other cities, and it was something that we hadn't even considered. So I know Mr. Feng said that you couldn't change anything about what's been introduced. Well, you can bring in something else and
let me
look
clarify.
at it. But I was fascinated by Mr. Mishler's concept. I don't know, he didn't explain it very well. He had his 3 minutes, and I don't think he took all of that. But it was certainly something that we've never talked about before, and I'd like more information on that. And to know whether it would give I mean, we right now don't have enough parking, especially in the areas where they don't have aprons. That we all agree on. But I think we need to get to where we have something that is really going to work, and I don't know how to get there. I do know that we increased it from last week, or 2 weeks ago, we increased it from what staff had recommended. Instead of going up to 3, we went up to 4. And I don't know how that plays in with what Mr. Fischler said. I mean, it's a completely different concept, and I would like to investigate that. So I don't know how that plays into number 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I'd like to know more about that concept and whether it actually works in other cities, and whether the cities that have that, if their staff members think it works.
Your Honor, may I ask another question of staff? If we were to delay this and go into studying a whole new methodology and so forth, these general plan referrals that are coming before us, if by chance they were approved, they would fall under the old standard. You wouldn't even get them up to what staff wanted us to change to.
That's correct.
That's the risk we take without doing this. You've got these projects, which we don't know what council's going to do with them. If we were to approve them, they go back to the old way, not just
Let me take everybody through this again so it's very clear about what council's decision points are with these projects. These projects, first, a decision needs to be made by the council as to whether or not the land use designation of the property will be changed. So, for example, with Mission Oaks condos, the decision is whether to change that 8 acres from industrial to high-density residential. That's the first decision you'll make. You'll also be changing the zoning at that time so that the general plan and the zoning are consistent. Then you'll get a break. You won't see the project for a couple weeks, maybe even a month, because the residential plan development permit and the track map will follow on a separate track. Now that track's a little bit different because the RPD actually terminates at the Planning Commission. However, City Council also reserves the right to order a review. In other words, the City Council appeals it to themselves. Then you have another bite at the apple on the whole parking issue. So if you're really concerned about the parking, and we haven't fixed that yet, and a GPA is coming down the track, which with Mission Oaks it will, then you have the opportunity to stay any decision on the GPA until you come to grips with the parking issue. And then, failing that, or if the GPA is approved and the RPD is coming down the track, then to appeal the RPD to yourself and make the decision.
Well, I was just going to say what you said is we are in control of the process and the timing of all those. And the one you mentioned is really the only one that is on a track that would come close to a timing that we would need to make this decision as to what we want to do with the parking itself.
That's correct. Entitlement for the developer, and when he has standing or some standing, is upon the RPD, not the general plan amendment. The general plan amendment just changes the land use designation and the zoning. However, it is the development permit that gives the developer standing at that point and entitlement.
Okay, thank you.
A question.
Yes, Mr. Morgan.
If you're going to build something, or you know it's going on the line, it's going on track, that's going a positive way, and you waited until later when you draw up your plans and present them, if it's a different, if it's something we don't like because we want more parking, shouldn't we say that ahead of time so that when they're planning it and putting it together, it's less expensive for the people who are building that thing? Or do you want to wait till later and you have to redesign the whole thing?
I would agree with you, but let's look at what often happens here in this process. we allow the developer to proceed at their own risk to develop very detailed plans in preparation of doing an RPD soon after or sometimes concurrent with the general plan amendment. If we had really if we slowed down the process and separated the general plan amendment from the subsequent approval of an RPD, then the developer's risk is substantially reduced. That is not what happens here, mostly because developers are needing to be able to get into the queue for allocation for their building permits. So it compacts the process many times for these developers, and which increases their risk, which they admittedly take on, to process the GPA and the RPD together.
If I knew what was expected of parking, difference between 3 and 4, and if I didn't know, I designed what I want and take it what it was, then again the cost goes up, factor goes up, because you're going to have to redesign a lot of that project.
We agree, and that was my point exactly.
And so they need to know kind of what to expect.
We have numerous pre-application submittal meetings with every developer on all these. The difference is that we, through this process, we're proposing a new standard because we knew we had these projects coming. Okay. We informed developers that this is a possibility. If they chose to ignore us, they did so at their peril.
Okay. Any further comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, if we all agree that there's not enough parking and how to get where we need to go tonight, wouldn't we want to strongly consider option number 1, which would introduce the ordinance and return with the 4-bedroom situation there? Wouldn't that be one of our options we should strongly consider?
Let me offer this. If taking action as per number 1 confirms council's previous direction, or the direction in which they wanted to go, which was giving us the 4 per 5 no apron standard. However, it doesn't take us back to reconsidering Mr. Mishler's square footage issue, which Councilmember Craven is interested in.
That could take.
We can't have it all, can we?
At least we got something better than what we have.
I'm just looking at, when you talk about the footage, I'm thinking of there's sometimes we don't know how many 4 bedrooms and 3 they've got planned in until it hits. And that makes a big difference in numbers versus 1 and 2 in how much parking you need. And I still think we need to.
One of the things that had not been discussed by the City Council, but was brought to my attention to one of my newer staff members who has significant experience in this area, especially with larger housing from other communities, pointed out that there are other options besides just adding more guest parking when you get up into the range of 4 and 5 bedrooms, and that is increasing the size of the garage. So that could be something we could also concern ourselves with, because in 2 and 3 bedrooms, the standard garage size is 2 as a 2-bay garage. But when you start getting into 4 and 5 bedrooms, now you should be considering 3-bay garages, which changes the conversation about that extra parking load that you're doing for those. So those are just some of the options that could be considered when we come back for a discussion on 4 bedrooms and more.
What's the pleasure of the council?
I would move, what am I moving here? We're on the second reading, correct?
Yes, we are.
So I can simply, you haven't written out what I need to do. We need to, I would approve that, make a motion that we go forward with the second reading of this ordinance as submitted, or as per the first reading at our past meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, okay.
You got to do your deal.
Any other further comment? Please vote.
What do we do?
I can't
Motion's
see.
carried. Okay, it's past our 6 o'clock time. We do have someone in the audience with regard to the next item. What's the pleasure?
6:15.
Do we have a long study session here?
If we don't have too many questions, we probably can complete our study session in a little over an hour. And the next report on the courthouse, 4 or 5 minutes, probably my report.
Do we have time to take this one?
This is a big, I'm sorry, Darren.
It's a big
This
one.
is a big thing. I mean, this is something that needs to be
Yeah, I
talked
agree.
about publicly because we are handling redevelopment. We'll invite you to dinner.
Can you come back at 7:30?
Well, I think we just should adjourn and come back at 7.
Okay.
We stand adjourned till 7:30. City Council to order. Let the record show that all members are present. The first item is a presentation by the Friends of the Camarillo Library to donate a check to the city for our library. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm getting ahead of myself tonight. Mr. Kildee, would you?
Absolutely. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
These friends up here are guiding me through my first chairing of the council meeting, and I thank them for it. Does someone from the Friends want to make a presentation? Okay. Mr. Raines?
Yes, sir. And the whole board that is here would like to be a part of it.
Very good. Well, why don't we go over here to the presentation?
No. Come along.
You know, you asked the question over here to read this. I just didn't bother saying we had told the board. You always do a good job at that. We have to remember.
Yeah, just in case.
Absolutely. Because we don't know everybody.
And I do that because community activists.
Yeah, just think you can stay in the front.
Yeah, they play with you. Yeah.
I'll be here at 5 o'clock or something.
It's a real pleasure for us to be able to present to the city for use at the library to buy materials, some $200,000. You know, this is just one increment of over $2,700,000 that has been given to the library fund here within the city. And it's a real privilege, and we're proud of it. And I want to take this opportunity to thank some people. This particular one materialized under Dorothy Penny's leadership, so she deserves a big thank you. The whole board is a working board. They got hands-on, and they're an active board, and they deserve a thank you. And we have over 120 volunteers that work in the bookstore and other areas within our organization. They deserve a thank you. And we have, not only that, we have people that come into the bookstore all the time and put out money to buy the books. They deserve a thank you. And finally, the people that bring the books in and donate them, they deserve a thank you. So we're just very thankful for all the support that we get.
As some of you may know, I spent 8 years with this board, and it was a great experience. And part of that those years was to put together the bookstore. From where we were over on Las Posas Plaza to the library is probably the best move we ever made. And these people have done just a marvelous job of supporting our library, and that's why it's as great a place as it is today. So we have also a plaque which will be put up, I think, in the bookstore, if I'm not mistaken, that shows the annual years of time each year that the Friends of the Library made a donation to the library. And every year, with one small exception, it's been at least $200,000 or more. So that's the kind of support that we get from this organization. And as it said, there's not anyone getting paid out of this group. They're all for the love of the library and the city. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Have anything you'd like to say? Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, just kind of quickly, I want to thank all the board members, past and present. And $2.7 million, that's a tremendous amount of money. When we all go around and talk to our brethren in other cities, you know, we kind of are real prideful of what, you know, our friends at the library have done over the years. So, you know, a big thanks to all of you. I know that it's a lot of time, but it doesn't go unnoticed, and we really appreciate your efforts.
This is kind of a family affair I see up here. How many husbands and wives do we have on the club, on the organization? So you have like 4 or 5 couples, for sure. And Bill's wife and yes. Well, congratulations. You guys always do a great job. And my wife loves shopping in there, so she picks up stuff all the time. You know that. She's here. Thank you.
Yes, Charlotte?
Yeah, I too want to thank you. And my husband's one of those who keeps taking books. I'm not sure where the books come from. He claims he doesn't buy them, but he comes back with more books than he takes. Until I make him take those back after we've read them. And it seems to be and I know a lot of people who say they do the same thing. So you're providing a great service for the city. And in the meantime, in the process, you're making a lot of money for books and materials that go into the library. So thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Okay. Well, thank you again for everything, and we certainly appreciate this. And I know the library and the librarian appreciates it. Yeah, so thank you very much. Anyone else want to say anything? Oh, sure.
Barbara, you got to put the check down a little bit. Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll get back to our agenda. We have, do we have any public comments? This deals with an agenda item. Any public comments on items that are not on the agenda? If not, we'll move on to the public hearing. This is a resolution of necessity for acquisition of 10,595 square feet of permanent easement and 9,824 square feet of temporary construction easement on property located at 6529 Santa Rosa Road regarding the Santa Rosa Road widening. And this hearing was continued from November 19, 2014, so we will open the public hearing. Do we have staff report?
Yes, I'll begin, and then Mr. Fox is going to supplement. This is an item to consider the adoption of a resolution of necessity, which will authorize the commencement of an eminent domain proceeding to acquire permanent and temporary easements. These easements are necessary for the construction and use of the Santa Rosa Road widening project, and that in order to adopt the resolution, the council must make certain findings, including that the public interest, convenience, and necessity require the proposed project, that the project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury, and that the easements sought to be acquired are necessary for the project. We have received a letter from a Claire Bernowski, who I believe is an attorney for the property owner, in which there's two questions that were asked, and I want to make sure that I address those questions in the presentation here. The first question is whether the proposed project as designed is in the public interest, convenience, and necessity. This question is answered in the staff report at the top of big page A3, where it says that the public interest, convenience, and necessity require the proposed project. It is pointed out here that the Santa Rosa Road is identified in the city's general plan as a primary arterial street intended to accommodate large volumes of traffic, and that as proposed, the project will serve public purposes by enhancing circulation in the area, by completing a fully improved street segment with 2 lanes in the northbound direction and 2 lanes in the southbound direction, separated by a landscape median. And as I think everyone that lives in or near Camarillo is aware, we have Santa Rosa Road with 2 lanes in each direction on either side, and there's this pinch point that exists here where it comes down to 1 lane, so the widening would make the road consistent in that area. So I believe that addresses the first question, both based on what the comments are I made, as well as the entire agenda report and all the attachments to it would address that question. The second question that's asked in the letter is they wanted us to address the requirement for the proposed project to undergo review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. This also is addressed in the agenda report, big page A2, in the last full paragraph where it says, with respect to environmental review, the project was previously analyzed by the city in connection with the adoption of Resolution 2013-46, which adopted a mitigated negative declaration, MND, for the project. A notice of determination was filed with the county clerk of the County of Ventura and the California Office of Planning and Research State Clearinghouse on June 12, 2013. Acquiring the easements for the widening of Santa Rosa Road is consistent with the project analyzed in the MND. So I believe the questions that were asked by council have been, by the attorney for the property owner, have been addressed. Of course, we can certainly address further questions that might come up if there's any that are presented. So at this point, I would ask Tom to provide any further information which he believes is relevant.
Your Honor, just two points that I think are important. One is that we've been trying to move forward with this project. Have been in design for a couple years. Literally are at the point where we can't move any further. The beeping was actually supposed to come a little more as I culminate in my presentation, but sorry, it's a little distracting. The project is literally just standstill right now. Our next step that we need to move forward with, this is a partially funded through state or federal funds that the state manages. Caltrans is the agency we work through. In order to move forward with the project, they require what's referred to as a right-of-way certification. That means that we demonstrate we have access to move forward with the project. Until we can demonstrate that, and once we can demonstrate that, then it's a 3-month process with Caltrans to basically then move the money into a status that we can then start bidding the project. So you have, at least from a process that will occur tonight if you do approve this item, there is still a period of time, a few months, to file with the court and actually have a right of access granted. Once we have that right of access granted, then we have another 3 months to go through a process with Caltrans before we can start the bid process, and then our bidding process usually takes 2 months. So if you take this action tonight, we're still looking at possibly 8 more months before we could start construction. And we've already, like I said, been waiting 2 years. Through the design process, we tried to engage the property owner and then their attorneys, and months would go by without much interaction. And even today we met, and it's clear that we're not together yet on trying to reach an agreement on purchasing an easement. So we just need to get the project moving forward. Until something can move forward, the project's at a standstill. So that's the one point. The second is, through the design process, to minimize the impact to the property. We could have actually required the slope to be cut back at or actually the hill that's out there to be cut back at a slope that would extend onto the property and require a lot of purchase of land, permanent right-of-way, not just an easement. And in choosing to minimize that impact, we changed the design to be a more expensive construction project that has a large retaining wall. So we've done everything we can to minimize the impact to the property. We really have no more options at this point but to proceed. And I unfortunately have to go through court and let them decide the outcome just to keep this thing moving. So that's why staff is recommending moving forward with the action tonight.
Any questions on the city staff?
I have one, Your Honor.
Yes.
Or maybe just a clarification. This has a temporary easement and a permanent easement. Can you explain which each piece is?
Sure. I'll start with the temporary easement. What happens is to construct an area, you need more space than just the feature that you're building. So, for example, when we build the retaining wall, we need some land around that construction to be able to have a contractor work to build that wall. So we need a temporary possession of land on their property to be able to work from the backside of the wall to build it. If the wall is completed, we won't need access to that area anymore, and we can relinquish the temporary easement. It's only a construction easement during construction, because after construction you don't need it. That goes away. So it's just temporary use of land that we would be paying for. That's the temporary construction easement. The permanent easement is not a surface easement. It's actually subsurface. The reason being, when we build that retaining wall, in order for it to be stable, the typical wall that size, a typical treatment is to have what they call tie rods, or rods that go from the wall back into the earth behind it that are used as further support. Those are deep enough that they don't interfere with any of the operation on the surface of the land, so it's a type of easement that has minimal impact. You're not going in and restricting the use. They can still, the trees that are there, they can still leave the trees will be healthy, and they won't really see any difference than what's there today. But because they do have this subsurface feature, we do need a permanent easement for that feature.
And one more, if I might.
Yes.
On the temporary easement, when you're done, you put it back the way you found it.
That is correct.
I've just got one, couple of questions, but the first one I would have is, you said they were deep, this permanent easement of the tie rods. How deep are we from the top surface that now exists?
I don't recall the specific number. I want to say it's probably about 15 feet from the surface.
15 feet down from the
Correct.
top of their
Correct.
lot,
Correct.
so to speak. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a blue card, Claire.
Need to open the
Bronowski.
public hearing.
You already did.
Oh, did
You did.
Would you like to come up and give your name and
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name's Claire Bronowski at Glazer Weil Law Firm, Los Angeles. I'm here tonight representing the property owner and resident at 6529 Santa Rosa Road. And my client lives at this address with her extended family, including teenagers. We're here to prevail upon you to give staff direction and help us resolve its outstanding issues. And we have been working closely with staff on this. This is a unique property. It's probably the only property in the immediate vicinity of this widening that has a direct driveway onto Santa Rosa, and it's a very steep driveway. And the project's going to highly impact that driveway. And there are certain issues that we do not we're not questioning the retaining walls and the trees, and we've worked with staff on that. But we're very concerned about the access to the property, both during construction and after the project is complete. We had a meeting as recently, it was 1 o'clock today, and with all parties, but unfortunately we couldn't make any progress on this. And we have to conclude that this design is not in the public interest and doesn't meet all of your requirements. The access to the property will be barred by the median, so that you can only make a right turn in and a right turn out. And if you drive along that portion of Santa Rosa, you probably have to go about a half a mile before you can make a legal U-turn. There's almost every intersection has a no U-turn sign. So the property owner is very concerned about traveling west to the freeway and then traveling east to Moore Park, which is something that her family members frequently do, how they are going to make those movements. And we were told repeatedly that this was something that was not negotiable and that the traffic engineer stated it to be a safety issue. However, the safety implications of these repeated U-turns that we're going to have to make somewhere, and we're not quite sure where, are more at issue. And I want to point out that there's an adjoining private driveway immediately east of this property. They are being given a left turn pocket to enter and exit in that driveway. So we've made two design suggestions. One is that the pocket be lengthened so that it can serve both driveways, which is the current configuration. Or secondly, we would be willing to move our driveway to the other side of the property so that it would be closer and could use a shorter pocket. We're told the driveways would be too close together. And this would also help with some of the city costs, because to regrade our driveway, it's going to be very steep. There's a lot of improvements in the driveway that the city will have to replace at considerable cost, in addition to what's being paid for the easement. So we think that there's some more design work that could be done. Again, we're talking about safety, public safety, and the safety of the members of the household and the public using the road. Thank you. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
My advice on this would be that council give, since we are potentially going to be proceeding into litigation on this, is that the council give direction to staff to have further discussions with the property owner regarding the issues that have been raised by legal counsel tonight. If there's a way to resolve the issues through those discussions, then they'll be resolved, and if not, it's still our recommendation that you adopt the resolution tonight to authorize the filing of the eminent domain action. But by taking that action tonight, that does not prevent the opportunity for further discussions with the property owner. So that would be my recommendation as to how to proceed at this time.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? I got a question. Didn't the present owner just acquire this property some 2 years ago or so?
Approximately 2 years, yes.
Yeah. And wasn't aware of the potential of a project and affecting the property?
A certain amount of the slope is within the right-of-way, so certainly we were aware of the widening, but in terms of the height of the retaining wall, the median, and we have really no issue with completing the project, in a safe manner. And so primarily, we're access and the median design is what is at issue.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the City Council?
Close the public hearing, Bill.
Okay.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak?
Anyone else wish to be heard on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing.
Your Honor, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the commencement of the eminent domain proceedings to acquire the easements necessary for the construction of the Santa Rosa Road widening project, and authorizing the city manager to execute such documents as may be necessary to implement the acquisition of the easements.
Second?
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to see if the maker of the motion would add the suggestion of the city attorney that we direct staff to continue to.
That's what this does.
No, you're just doing the.
To have further discussions on issues
That's
brought
further
up
discussions
tonight,
right
is what
there.
it said.
Yeah.
It's in there.
Okay. Apparently it's in there.
Oh, is it?
I didn't see it.
I don't think it is.
I think it needs to be added if you're interested in adding it.
Okay.
No,
Well,
it's
I'll be interested in adding that.
The second would as well.
So the motion is to adopt with understanding that there'll be further discussions if at all possible. Anything else? Please vote. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Wait here, Darren, now.
Okay,
Back to
we need to now go to,
Debris flow.
the Camarillo Springs debris flow item that was moved to departmental. And it's suggested, and we also, because we have a special meeting on involving two other items of that same nature, that we open a special meeting of the city council, which is, I believe that it's been duly noticed in accordance with law, which will, without, unless there's some objection, we'll open this special meeting at the same time, and we will have three items on. One is the debris flow, the second is agreement with the owners of the Longo property, and the third one is additional authorization for remedial work. Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As you noted, the issue is pretty convoluted, and the paperwork is also convoluted. If you want to sort of keep track, I guess, a little easier on your script, it does list the three items that we're considering. And just to be a little repetitive for the members of the audience, the three items: one is on our regular city council agenda, which is open, and two items are on our special meeting agenda, as noted by the mayor in terms of topic matter. I'm going to start out. Mr. Pierick is here and Mr. Fox are also here to answer and provide additional information should we need that. This item deals with the Camarillo Springs issues relative to our debris flow that we've experienced beginning Halloween night. And if we go back a little bit, there's every reason to believe, and factually, frankly, that this is still a fallout and an outcome of what happened in May of 2013 with the Springs fire, in terms of losing erosion control, in terms of debris, not in terms of debris, rather, debris actually, creating natural dams, some of the crystallization of the surface area, as well as losing some of the root structure. So very quickly, I'm going to go back over a number of key dates. October 31st, 2014, and November 1st, 2014, there was debris flow, an incident which occurred in the Camarillo Springs area in Camarillo. On November 1st, we through the Emergency Operations Center Director, issued a proclamation of local emergency. On November 5th, at our next regularly scheduled council meeting, the council adopted Resolution 2014-114, confirming the existence of local emergency as required by state law. Since the 5th of November 2014, there have been additional rains in the Cam Springs area, which creates and has created further debris flow impacts. On the 17th of November 2014, Natural Resources Conservation Service of the United States Department of Agriculture, hereinafter referred to as the NRCS, issued several documents related to the proposed action to address, through infrastructure enhancements, the Camarillo Springs debris flow problem, including a damage survey report, a detailed plan for the Camarillo debris flow, as well as a number of photographs and specifications related to the project. On December 5th and assumed December 11th, which is tomorrow and the next day following, there were a number of revisions to the plans and specs. The fifth plans and specs were approved by the NRCS. That included a revised scope of work, excuse me, with the original finance plan of $220,000, and then on December 11th, which is tomorrow, the additional amendments to the plans and specifications are on their way to Washington, and they will be considered, and we hope to hear in the very near future on the additional amendments and revisions to the design. We are being, I believe, 100% responsible, but we are really moving quickly. Talk about I'm not going to say that. Talk about government being slow, but we are really, really moving quickly. This is a very, very important project for the community. The latest revision that is with Washington, and thank God they're on East Coast time, that we get 3 extra hours, I suppose. We could look at it that way. Is the budget amount increased along with the scope, the amount of work increased from $220,000 to an anticipated $360,000. This is a 75%, 25% grant. That 75% would be reimbursed back to the city. The city would front the funding. We would be reimbursed back. We don't make anything. We just get reimbursed for our costs. 75% from the NRCS of the 375, and the 25% grant remaining would be a match. At this point, the responsibility would be with the HOA. That is item number 1 on your regular agenda. And I'm going to stop there because we're going to go through 3 items. My report's not that much longer, but I will stop there if you want to ask any questions or have any comments. The 3 items that we will consider tonight, it's really a package. We're not going to consider them separately.
Okay. Is there any questions of the city manager or staff regarding what has been reported so far, which is the events leading up to tonight, as well as the general plan for dealing with the future in terms of improvements onto the slopes of the mountain? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Fang, Bruce, I just want to make sure that my math is right. Originally, it was $220,000. Now it's $360,000. We hope to get approval within the 24-hour kind of period for the 360, and it's a 75-25%.
Yes, that is correct.
Situation that we've got there, and they're ready to go. I mean, as soon as we
have bids in. And we've mobilized already to beat the rain to get some of the equipment on the hill, just in terms of the immediate issues of what we deal with when this storm coming up, Friday and Thursday and Friday. So yes, everything is in line. We're very fortunate.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember.
I just for clarification, and I'm looking at our agenda item. You mentioned that we're doing them all as a package, so you're talking about what's on our regular agenda, not on the special, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking about what's presented, except that we're changing the not to exceed amount.
That's correct.
But everything else stays the same.
If you look on page 3 of your regular agenda, under Public Works, there are 4 categories of business. The first category, it mentions not to exceed $250,000 to construct improvements. That number changes to $360,000.
60. Okay. So 2 stays the same, 3 stays the same, 4 stays the same, and then 5 also goes to 360.
5. Where do you see 5?
I'm looking at the
Suggested
suggested
action.
action.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Did you want me to supplement your comments, Mr. Fang?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we have the plan, Richard, available?
Brian, before you start, I am going to still talk about and I can probably close up if you'd like me to do that on the other 2 items.
Well, why don't we get it all laid out here? And
Okay.
that way we'll have a frame of reference to look at the map.
And let me I'll finish up, and then, so Brian and I aren't jumping back and forth too much anyhow. If you go to your special meeting, there's 2 items on there, and 2 items on that agenda. The first item is an agreement with the owners of Longo property. This item, I'll have some very brief comments. This is an item that the uphill, that's on the south side of the community, it's on the uphill side, it goes up the mountain. The immediate adjacent property is the Longo property, owned by a number of partners, 8, I believe. They actually share the property line with the residents, between the Longo property and the residents. In order to construct the improvements that would go with the previous item in the construction project, we would need access through the residence area and over the property line onto the Longo property. And the improvements are primarily on the Longo property. So the second item on your special agenda deals with an agreement with the Longo property owners to have access to their property to make the necessary improvements, infrastructure enhancements, improvements. That's your second item, okay? And I'm going to go to the third item and then turn it over to Mr. Perrick. The third item is a little bit separate but related. It deals with the two previous incidents that the city has been in terms of remediation and response to the Halloween storm and the Thanksgiving storm, essentially, that the most recently occurred last week. This is an item where the staff is requesting a $75,000 amount above and beyond what we've budgeted for, and this would pay for the public works staff, overtime, equipment, contractors, material, K-rails, that type of thing, sandbags. That would be for the previous two responses, as well as the response that we'll definitely have starting in this storm and tomorrow and through the weekend, and then also any type of response we have through the rest of the winter over the next 3 to 4 months. $75,000 is our estimate for what it costs us for the rest of the rainy season of 14-15. This is not part of the grant, and this is an amount that the city would set aside budgetarily to pay for our response to potential other issues. And that pretty much concludes my comments, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Perrick.
May I ask one quick question?
Yes.
That last item, the $75,000, is that anywhere in any reimbursement plan?
No,
Federal government,
not at
so
this
that's
point.
just city. Okay.
It's because we're good guys.
Could that be used for the 25% match?
Some of it. There is a chance that there's an administrative part, and there is a limit. And there's an administrative amount that we can allocate towards the 25%.
Well, it seems like if we're going to spend money, we might as well try to get some credit to help the HOA.
We will do that, and we're already accruing those figures.
And that's where I was wondering if obviously we're working on one side here, but is there any other disaster fund or grants out there that we would be eligible to get reimbursed for, or is this one federal piece the only piece available?
So far, the federal piece is the only one. The issue with this is it's so isolated that we're not going to get any type of statewide or even countywide declaration. Mm. We have our proclamation, of course, but there's a very high deductible.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Perrick?
Yes, I have a few
By
comments.
the way, we do have a blue card, so after Mr. Perrick's remarks, I'll ask Mr. Ted Elliott to make his comments at the time.
And I think Mr. Fox might have some additional comments when I'm finished. So I just wanted to mention a couple things. Mr. Ping has obviously provided a lot of information for you. And under the findings that are mentioned in the agenda report, in order to spend city money, there's obviously got to be a public purpose for it. And I wanted to just mention to the audience and to you that the findings for the public purpose include that the project would increase the safety of the residents of the Camarillo Springs. It would, secondly, reduce the amount of public funds that would otherwise be required for future response costs, assuming that the improvements do, in fact, reduce the severity of future impacts. And finally, that there are some Camarillo sanitary sewer facilities in the area that might be impacted by further debris flow. In terms of the improvements, those are up on the screen here. That comes from the plan view that is found in your packet at page Roman 6, capital A 21. There have been some slight modifications to that plan since since your agenda report went out. I think Mr. Fox can explain to you briefly what those are. In addition to that, there's a couple of minor changes to the suggested actions that I would add to the ones that are in the agenda report. Suggested action item number 3, where it says approve the plans, I would add to that, after the word plans, I would insert the words and specifications. We do have, and it was circulated in your agenda packet, specifications that were prepared by the NRCS. It was your red folder item, so we want to make sure that we are approving both the plans and the specifications. In addition to that, I would add an item 6 to the suggested action, which would be for the council to authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with the appropriate HOAs in the Springs area regarding the 25% that would be the responsibility, because the NRCS only pays up to 75%. So we have had discussions with the HOAs already regarding potential reimbursement of that and how that's to be shared, and I think that discussion needs to be documented in an agreement, and I think you can authorize the city manager to do that. And also with regard to the maintenance of the improvements, have further discussions with the HOA. So to put it in a succinct manner, the way I would phrase item 6 would be authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with the Springs HOAs regarding the 25% funding amount and the maintenance of the improvements, and return to the City Council for approval of that agreement at the City Council's first meeting in January 2015. And when you get around to making a motion, assuming that you're going to go with the suggested action, you don't need to read all 6 of these. You could just make a motion to approve these 6 suggested actions unless there's some number less than 6 that you wanted to approve. And the agreement, we do have the consent from the Longo property owners. 2 of them, the consent came from their attorney. So we are ready to go with that agreement. We do need to give them 5 days' notice under the agreement. So if this was approved tonight, then we should give them notice tomorrow that the improvements would start. I think the projected start date is on Monday. So at this point, I would turn the podium over to Mr. Fox, who can provide any further information. And then I know you have a blue card, and there may be some speakers.
Tom?
Your Honor, I'm going to take a little different approach. I think a lot of what we've discussed up to this point is to help understand what's before you as far as actions that have to be taken. And I'm going to probably mention some things I know you already know, but I think just to put it in perspective in a public setting, what we're doing forward to really bring to closure some help to the Camarillo Springs and what we've got moving forward, and I'll do it in 2 steps. What are we doing to prepare for the rain tomorrow? We're hearing in the forecast a fairly substantial rain could be coming. And then ultimately, what does this project do for a longer-term solution? For tomorrow, we have a contractor. Well, let me start by saying there's 2 areas we've learned from the last 2 rain events that have been the more critical areas impacted. One is on San Como, which has a 48-inch drain that kept getting filled up in both rain events, and then the mud would overflow. In one case, significantly impacted some homes. We saw on the other intersecting street, Gatana, a fairly major mud flow in the Halloween event, and then some in the last rain as well. So those are the 2 areas we're concentrating on for the next rain. On San Como, we have a what we refer to as a well, I guess for simple terms, it'd be a grate that will go over the opening of that 48-inch drain, that's where all the debris goes in, fills it up, and then it's very expensive and time consuming to clean it out. So now if we can put, in essence, think of a filter over that, which will allow small debris that the water can carry through the drainage system will enter the drain, but the large debris will be collected outside of that and not allowed to plug it up. We will have that in place before tomorrow night. So we're working with a contractor to assemble that tomorrow. So that should help with that location. Plus we have some K-rail, some barriers that we'll be putting out, so if any debris does flow over, we will keep it in a channel that will take it out to the street where we can collect it and carry it away. So again, we can control that area. The other area on Gatana, a big concern is there's a fairly sizable amount of spoils that filled up the drainage system that were graded or collected out of the drain and stockpiled, but hasn't been hauled off yet. We will have that hauled off before the end of the day tomorrow. And then we will have equipment placed up at the top of the hill by that drainage system over above Gatana. Because once it starts raining, that hillside is too steep and too muddy to move the equipment up. So we need it there beforehand, and then it'll be parked and ready to go. So if debris starts to collect in that drainage system, it'll be up there to be able to clean it out as it collects, which is what we're not able to do in that first rain event on Halloween. We were able to do some of that on the second rain event, and that went a long ways to keep the drains open and keep the problem from occurring again. So we have that in place, and we'll be ready for this next rain to at least help with those measures. Now, as soon as that rain ends, what we're hearing from the NRCS is we already have a grant up to 75% of an estimate of $220,000. We've worked with the NRCS staff to try and increase that to $360,000. We hope to hear tomorrow some positive news that they've approved that, and that will fund the plan that's before you up on the screen. The way that process works, the NRCS, and this is what I want to really clarify for the record, when these types of events occur, when there's damage or when there's mud flows, there's a lot of theories and ideas that float around on what should be done to correct the problem. And we've seen that in this case too, a number of different plans. And maybe any one of them would work, but we're relying on this plan because the NRCS staff, their engineers and geologists that are experienced in this particular type of design. It's not just a standard public works project. You're dealing with a watershed, a terrain, and fire impacts, and they have experience in designing measures that can go in quickly to remedy those types of problems. And so we're relying on their expertise, and they've put this plan together. As a result, there's conditions that come with that. They work hard to put a good plan together, but then they expect quick implementation. And so requirements that come with that money is that once they start the clock, you have 10 days to complete the work. And that includes weekends. Now, if there's heavy rain and the contractor can't work, they'll work with us on that schedule. But we're anticipating, we again hope to hear tomorrow some positive information that the grant amount's been increased. And in any case, whether it is or not, they feel they will probably start that clock Monday, this coming Monday. And we do have a contractor on board, and we will hopefully get all the agreements and everything in order and materials stockpiled. So come Monday, we can start work immediately. If the rain this weekend continues and we're delayed, we'll have to, of course, wait until we have some dry weather. But as soon as we have the dry weather, we'll move forward with this plan and are prepared to have it completed in 10 days. After that, there will be some measures in place that will reinforce the drainage system that's out there. So it again will have several trash racks to collect the debris and keep it from plugging up drains. It'll have some barriers in place to keep the drains operating, and that should hopefully keep any major mud flows again from migrating towards homes, but instead staying within the drainage system, and possibly will cause some debris to pile up that will have to be removed, and there'll be some maintenance costs for that, but at least we'll be able to protect homes. And so we have an immediate plan for tomorrow night, and we have a short-range plan with more permanent solutions that would go in after that we would expect that could remain in place certainly for the remainder of this rainy season and probably through next year as well, hearing that 2 more years of plant establishment, we would be able to return to more normal conditions, and after that, hopefully not have any problems.
Any questions of city staff? Okay, we've got two cards here that would like to speak. Ted Elliott. Please give your name. Record.
Ted Elliott.
Pull the microphone up.
I'm sorry, Ted Elliott. Mr. Mayor, council members, I reside in the Springs Homeowners Association, and I have a lovely view of Conejo Mountain from my backyard. I live on the corner of Gitana and San Como. Mr. Fox was talking about that drain that goes by there. That goes about 12 to 15 feet past my living room window at the base of that drain. So I'm thankful for what you talked about. I will sleep better in the next couple of days for that immediate plan you have. I'm here tonight for one reason, and that's to thank the council, the staff, employees for their time, expertise, and guidance that we've had for the last month. I know there are a lot of people living in the Springs who feel the same way, and I just wanted to make that clear, and thank you for your time and effort.
Okay, thank you. Barbara Williams. Please identify yourself for the record, please.
Barbara Williams, President of the Springs Homeowners Association. I would like to echo Mr. Elliott's thanks to the city for all the work that has been done. I don't know if any of the council members saw the expression on my face when the amount of $360,000 was read. We had been working with the city with regards to an approximately $220,000 cost for this effort, with a possible increase to $250,000. As you all know, we are a senior community of 259 homes, people who are on fixed incomes and who have put everything into their homes. And right now, 25% of $360,000 is $90,000. We were having a difficult time with justifying the $55,000, which was the 25% of the approximately $220,000. So right now, we're talking about a 63% increase over what we knew on Monday when we met with the city. We have already spent, in order to protect our community and to make our people safe, at least $60,000, which will probably not be reimbursed to the Springs Homeowners Association and the Common Area Association. So, I do want to say that, this is a tremendous shock. And right now, we need time to regroup and to address this increased amount, because this is a large amount of money for a small homeowner association like ours. Mr. Fox, we were informed today that the work that's going to be done tomorrow, that we are having to pay for that effort, which is approximately $19,000. Are you saying that the city is going to pick up that $19,000 for the work that is being performed tomorrow? Or is that another $19,000 that we are putting out that we probably won't get reimbursement for? I totally appreciate everything the city has done. City has bent over backwards to help our community and to help protect our citizens. And I certainly hope that we can come to an agreement here that the Springs Homeowners Association can afford. But we really need to identify the maintenance costs, because I'm not sure that we can afford the maintenance costs either for this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just comment that we've got a major storm on its way, and probably within at least 36 hours going to be here. And I don't think we have time here to try to negotiate in public as to who pays what. The city is going to go ahead and do whatever work is necessary, and then we can always discuss afterwards who pays what. But there's life and property involved in this, and it needs to be dealt with as expeditiously as possible. So, thank you. Any comments? Any comments from the Council?
I have one
Yes.
question, if I could. I just want to make sure that item 6 on Public Works, it stated as the Camarillo Springs debris flow. Are we asked to kick that $250,000 up to $360,000? Am I reading that right?
Yes, that's right.
That is, okay. All right. That's just my question.
I had one comment, Mr. Mayor and council members. I also wanted to quickly add that we've talked about the infrastructure improvements in controlling debris and flood. Tomorrow night at 5 p.m., there will be a full contingent of fire, police support, and fire support equipment, personnel that will convene in the Orchid Room and set up the Emergency Operations Center. And they will hold until this rainstorm goes through. They will do what they did the previous rainstorm, which will be sending out the alerts and notifying the residents, literally knocking on their doors to maintain their safety and to assist them in evacuation. So we are, if we can think of it, or if anyone can give us suggestions, we are doing everything within our power and humanly possible to create a safe life and property situation. So there's a lot going on, and I do think we need to move forward on this matter because it is very urgent.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes.
I have a comment. First of all, I want to thank our staff and all the other agencies that have worked on this. I know there's some of you that I think have been living out there. Mr. Frazier looks like he's been through a lot, yeah, poor guy. But you've done a great job, and we hear nothing but compliments from the job you've done and the job that staff has done, and all the agencies that have been involved, and we want to thank you for that. It's really when we show that the city of Camarillo rises to the occasion to take care of our citizens. Having said that, I think you're all telling us that no matter what the cost is, we need to do what's been laid out in order to protect that community. So I know that the tough stuff is the details that we have to work out, but I'm not hearing anybody that would tell us not to go forward with what you're proposing, so that we really do need to get the project going, and we'll worry about what comes next. And I'm assuming the homeowners would agree with that that's something you want done. And I see people reluctantly shaking their heads.
Those down below on that street will say yes.
I would add at this point that it would be helpful if Ms. Williams would go back to the podium to confirm what Councilmember McDonald just said with respect to the Homeowners Association agreement that this plan needs to be implemented as set forth by NRCS. As you pointed out, there's still going to be discussions about who pays how much, but we do need to know that the HOA is agreeable to the NRCS plan.
I would be a fool to say that we don't want something done. Okay, one of the 4 options that we actually discussed on Monday was the do nothing option, and that's totally unheard of. I mean, we can't do that morally and ethically. But, as I said before, we were dealing with a lot lower numbers, okay? And, we have not had all of these none of these new plans have been delivered to us, so we have not seen those. We have not seen the new figures. And one of my concerns is that, okay, we have not had any professional engineers go through the NR Conservation Service, CS, plan to look at the viability of it and the engineering standards and whether or not there is any risk associated with that. And as I said before, we have not addressed the maintenance of the issue. So, yes, we want this work to commence, but I don't know that our homeowner association can sign up to the dollar amounts that we're talking about here.
Your Honor, could I seek some further clarity from Ms. Williams on this point? In terms of your opportunity to have discussions with your soils experts, my understanding is Martin Lawrence from Grover Hollingsworth has been retained by the HOA and has been working with you for over I don't know how long, a month or 2 months. Is that right?
No. He has been working with us. He was brought online on November 10th.
Okay.
So
it's been
their effort was
a month. Okay.
So 1 month.
All right. And that you were provided with a copy of the NRCS plans, because when we met with Mr. Fang and Mr. Fox and I met with you and the board members on Monday, you had in your hand a copy of the NRCS plans.
That was the original plan, which has been revised, and we did not have the details until you sent them to us on Tuesday.
Right. But you did have the plans that existed. The ones that you had when we were with you on Monday were the ones that are in the agenda packet. There are some changes that have been made to those plans, and I'm going to ask Mr. Fox to explain again what those changes are, because what we can't have is have the city spending $360,000 to put in a project that the Springs HOA is not agreeable to. And we have not heard from the HOA any objection to the NRCS plan. I know on Monday when we met, Mr. Lawrence said, for whatever reason, he hadn't been provided with a copy of the plans that you had. He had some questions, as you remember, about the grates that were going to be out there. You were there and you saw me. I showed him those plans, and at the end of that conversation at that meeting, he appeared, at least to me, to be satisfied with those plans. So what we need to know, and before I ask you this question, I need to ask Mr. Fox, could you please explain to the audience what the differences are, what the refinements have been made to the NRCS plan, so we all know what we're talking about?
Your Honor, the refinements are mostly in cost estimate, because the type of work that was in the original plan that the HOA and everybody else first reviewed turned out to be more expensive when the bids came in, because the type of work in this area is complicated by the fact that the bedrock is not just a flat surface, but it's variable, so trying to auger and dig deep holes into that rock can be very time-consuming and expensive, and to accelerate that work to get it done in 10 days, you have to pull several crews off and a lot of equipment, so that can be pretty expensive. So the NRCS, and incidentally the reason, we're just getting the information today too from a phone conversation with the NRCS staff on what their new estimate is, and what hopefully they'll get authorization for additional funding tomorrow. And they are in the process of putting that information into a set of plans and specs to really, at this point, through a change order, reflect the change, just so that we don't hold the process up. But there are some two adjustments that they have made to the plan. One of them is in this area right here, and that was actually on Monday when we met with the Homeowners Association. Their geotechnical engineer asked that a trash rack be installed in this area to provide the same kind of protection as trash racks that are recommended already in the plan over in these areas. The NRCS agreed to include that in the scope, so that did add some to the cost, but it is a change. But that came at the request of the Homeowners Association, and something that we agree with would be a benefit. So, and the NRCS staff agreed would be a benefit, so that was included. The other change is the original plan was to build a barrier wall here out of posts and wood planks. The problem is then we get into the posts have to be driven very deep in order to support a fairly heavy load, and you get back into that bedrock and some of the challenges with equipment. So in looking at the way the bids came in and the unit prices, we saw that it was actually less expensive to use K-rail. The NRCS thought that maybe K-rail would be more expensive to try and carry up there, but the contractor has the ability to move that and place it more efficiently than trying to build a barrier wall. So there's still going to be a barrier built along this drain to help keep the debris flowing, but instead of a permanent wall, it'll be K-rail that'll be put in place to help reduce the costs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fox. So that I'm clear about what I'm asking you, we understand that there's issues remaining about cost, and I think you've heard from the mayor that the city, and depending upon how the council votes tonight, is going to move forward with this project. And one of the agenda items was for the city manager to work with the association in terms of some reimbursements to the city for those costs. And I understand the dollars that you've explained, and that can be all part of a future conversation because the interest is in moving forward tonight. So separate from the cost issue and the maintenance issue, separate from those, the plan. We need to know that the HOA is agreeable to the plan because we can't have the city move forward with a plan when the HOA is going to tell us that they're opposed to what the city is proposing to do. And we would need that to be confirmed by the HOA to Mr. Feng in writing before the city can proceed with this project, because we can't go out there and have a project built and then have the HOA object to it.
Right. Brian, I'm not a lawyer, and it's going to sound like I'm a lawyer right now. We are in agreement with the plan with the caveat that the city has verified the engineering and stands by the work that is planned to be performed, okay? In other words, when it comes to, any kind of permits and inspections and any things that have to be done from an engineering standpoint, the city is verifying that on behalf of our homeowners association, who is now supporting this plan. Okay, we support the plan, but we're also concerned with any risks that we're assuming ourselves because of a plan that the city itself is managing, okay? So that's where I come from. We wholeheartedly support efforts going on to protect our homeowners association. This is the only viable plan that we have today. But I want to inform the city council that 1 year ago, when the NRCS gave us a plan, it was in the $100,000 range. Nothing has changed from a standpoint of the geology of the hill. We've had 2 storms that showed that what they provided us last year was not going to serve our needs. So you can understand the skepticism here about a plan that has gone up over 300%.
Right,
and
I think everyone here understands the concern about the cost.
But it's also engineering that has changed, and plans, the mitigation efforts themselves have changed.
Understood. And the HOA has retained a soils expert. You also have a lawyer. So I'm not asking you to make legal decisions.
No, I'm not. But I just want to say that we support the plan, but we cannot afford to take on undue risk on behalf of our homeowners association.
Well,
unreasonable risk. How's that?
I understand that. But what we need to know, and we need to get it in writing, I just want to make sure you understand, and I'll talk to Mr. Siegel tomorrow about this, but we need to get confirmation in writing from the HOA that the HOA agrees with the NRCS plan and with what the council is proposing to do tonight, because we're not going to force a plan on the HOA that the HOA is opposed to. So I'll talk to Mr. Siegel tomorrow.
Okay. Not opposed to the plan itself.
Right. The cost and the maintenance issues are going to be left for further discussion. So I just want to let you know that, so that when I speak with Mr. Siegel, he's going to be aware that that's where we are.
And the agreement that we will be signing is approving the plan itself, correct?
Well, I think we've probably gone further than I intended for this conversation, but there will be an agreement prepared. I will send it to your lawyer. It'll address the issue of cost, and they'll address the issue of maintenance, but it's also going to address the issue of the fact that the plan is going to be one that is acceptable to the HOA. But I'll prepare that. I'll send it to your lawyer, and you can talk to him about it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions before I sit down?
Any questions of Ms. Williams? Apparently not. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else? Any other councilman have any comments?
I guess I have a question for the attorney then. Then do we make our approval and motions predicated on the fact that you will have an agreement with the HOA?
Or does that even come into, do we just go as we've already talked about?
Yes, I think we need to do that, because what I'm concerned about is if the HOA tells us that they don't want the city to be out there doing improvements because the history of all this, as I understand it, has been explained to me, is that the HOA has been maintaining these drainage facilities for the last 30 years. And what this project is that's being proposed is designed to protect those drainage facilities at no small cost to the city's going to be fronting. But I think we need to make sure that the HOA is on board with these proposed improvements, because if they're not, then that creates, I think, an issue with the city going out spending money hiring a contractor when we've got the HOA telling us that they're not in agreement with the plans.
So we can go forward, do everything, just that staff, leave that one piece that staff has to have agreement before you proceed.
Well, I think since we've gone so far down this road, we should probably just add to the proposed actions a seventh action, which is, and I think, well, actually, it's the sixth action that says that there would be an agreement with regard to cost and maintenance. I think we can add to that and an agreement that the agreement would include confirmation of the HOA's approval of the NRCS plan. Because if they're not going to agree that we can go forward with this plan, it's not one that we should do. So that could be added to that sixth recommendation.
But it needs to happen before you do it, where the other one's after the fact.
I was waiting until tonight to get direction from the council. I'll prepare the agreement the first thing in the morning, and I'll send it to their attorneys and attorney.
I guess my question is, shouldn't it be number 7, because 6 has to do with after the fact. Number 7 you need before you could do anything.
Okay, we could do it. That's a good point. So, yes, I agree with that. We should make a separate, either it's an agreement or some written confirmation, maybe instead of agreement then. We just say that the project will proceed, will first require written confirmation from the HOA that the proposed project is acceptable to the HOA. Because I don't believe we can require, we should force a project on them that they don't want us to have.
Your Honor, may I address that?
Yes, please.
Our HOA is in agreement with the plan.
Okay.
Okay, well, we just need it in writing then.
Yes, if we can get that in writing tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
I would assume that the president and the board could do that as well as their attorney.
Well, I'm encouraging them to consult with their attorney with respect to that decision, but I think what
I have great respect for attorneys, but sometimes they get tangled up with each other. So.
Well, I understand that, but they have one, so that's why I'm suggesting they talk to him.
Your Honor?
Yes.
When we make, how do we do this? I mean, do we do this all in one motion, or we do it separately, or how do we?
Here's my advice on that, is that the motion would be to approve the suggested actions for the 7 suggested actions for the regular meeting. Let's do one motion on that, and then we'll go to the special meeting after you do the regular meeting.
So following that, Your Honor, I would make a motion to approve the suggested action as presented in our agenda item, and then as amended tonight per the attorney's direction.
Second.
That would be the 7.
The 6 and the 7, and making a little changes up above.
Five actions as proposed in the item that was on the city's regular agenda, which is the authorization for $360,000 to the authorization to city manager to execute all necessary documents with the NRCS to approve the plans of the project
And the specs.
And the
specifications,
specifications.
And we wanted to bring it back to the January meeting, is that
And
correct?
that's in number 6. And if, do you need to read it again? I was just going to let the clerk record what the
I could say it again. Item 3 is approve the mayor's already mentioned the first two. 3 is to approve the NRCS plans and specifications. 4 is to make the findings of public purpose as described in the agenda report. 5 is approve an appropriation of $360,000 to the account number noted in the agenda. 6 is to authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with the appropriate Springs HOAs regarding the 25% match and the maintenance of the improvements, and to return to the council for approval of that agreement at the first city council meeting in January 2015. And 7 is that no action will be taken with respect to implementing any of these steps until we get written confirmation from the Springs HOA that the proposed project is acceptable to the HOA.
Very good.
Could I be a sour apple for just a second and say
Well,
the attorney?
let's see if we get a second.
I'll second the motion.
I thought I seconded
I
it.
thought Charlie did too.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, we got a second. If, let's say the attorney told them, not to do this, what's our step?
Which attorney?
Theirs.
Well, that's their conversation with their attorney, I guess. I don't know.
If they decide not to sign this agreement, what's our?
Are you talking about the agreement on the reimbursement and the maintenance? Well, I think at this point that we're operating in good faith with the representatives from the HOA, and as they are with us. We've been making a cooperative effort to deal with a very serious situation. And my understanding, based upon my conversations with the board on Monday, is that they're prepared to participate in this process. Obviously, it's going to need to, the devil's in the details, so we'll need to take some look at the numbers and come to a solution, and I think we're prepared to work with them.
I think Mike was referring to number 7.
I was, but
I thought you were talking about number 6. Okay, number.
Well, you heard the representative, the president of the association, say that they accept the plans tonight. Now, all we need is a written statement to that effect. Okay, you've heard the 7 items of the reports, and we have a motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, please vote. Motion is carried.
By the way, before we leave this topic, are we going to have lights out there tomorrow night in case to look up the hill? Thanks.
They're
okay, good.
Okay.
We still have the special.
Thank you, and we'll
we're not done yet.
You'll get this back to us as soon as possible, and we get started on it just as soon as everything clears out for Monday or whenever it is. We
have to do. We have to do these two,
Yeah, we still have the special meeting items, and I think you can do one motion to approve the suggested actions as set forth in the agenda for the special meeting.
I will make a motion to approve the agreement with the owners of the Longo property, Camarillo Springs debris flow, and the additional authorization for remedial work, Camarillo Springs
Second, I'll
debris
second
flow.
that motion.
Okay, moved and seconded that we approve the 2 items as listed on the special meeting. All those signify by saying aye. Oh, excuse me. Please vote. I forget we have a modern system here. Motion's carried. Thank you. Okay. Anything else we need to take up? We have to go back to the original agenda and go with a couple other items here. Finally get to the item on Ventura Boulevard.
Yes.
All right, I think we're down, okay, we're down to item 9A, Purchase and Development Agreement with the Ventura County Transportation Commission for reuse of the old courthouse building. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members. The proposed purchase and development agreement and related easement agreement with the Ventura County Transportation Commission and City for reuse of the old courthouse building would provide for the division into 2 parcels, the approximately 1.1 acre city-owned parcel located at 2220 Ventura Boulevard. One parcel would generally consist of the land underneath the existing old courthouse, and the second parcel would generally consist of the area currently developed as a parking lot where the farmers market is typically on Saturdays. The building parcel would be sold to the Ventura County Transportation Commission, the VCTC, if approved by you, the council, this evening, for the nominal sum of $1 on the condition that the VCTC renovate the existing building or construct a new building that will be used primarily for government or nonprofit office use. The proposed agreement also provides for VCTC to pay half of the cost to refurbish the parking lot on the parking parcel, estimated at $75,000, and would grant VCTC and its tenants a non-exclusive right to use the parking parcel for parking related to this office use. The city would retain the right to allow special events on the parking parcel, such as the farmers market and fiesta, and in addition, 15 days during the non-business hours that the VCTC has their non-exclusive right. So, in other words, VCTC has Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. as a non-exclusive right to park with their tenants. The city would retain their right for special events during those other hours that the city has the parking parcel, as well as 15 additional days annually. Generally speaking, the public will also be able to park at the site at all times, all days of the year. So even when it's during Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., during the business hours, the public, it would still be an open public parking lot. That's why it's called a non-exclusive parking lot. The overall intent of the transaction is to provide for the redevelopment and reuse of the site in a manner that would not only improve the physical appearance of the site, but bring in new workers and visitors to the area and essentially create a positive economic output in the downtown area. And just a note, the different downtown businesses, merchants, and owners that I've run into and had sidewalk conversations are very excited about this particular use. It's a good complementary use. It brings not only the day-to-day staff that the VCTC and the other public agencies would have, it also brings in a number of visitors. Mr. Kettle's in the audience, and when we've talked about different floor plans and floor area use, and there would be a couple conference rooms that would invite, it would be open and inviting to bigger meetings and bringing others into the downtown Camarillo area. So with that, there's quite a few. There's lots of detail in your staff report. If you have any questions on anything in there, I've given you an overview. And we've been working on this, I think, not that long, surprisingly, for a project. We've had a number of closed sessions like we do with other real estate negotiations. And sometimes if it's meant to be and it's a good fit and a good match, things seem to go smoothly. I know it went very smoothly in this case, and I think it was a natural fit and a good match.
Any question? Yes.
Just one. There's an event that has been pretty, not spectacular, but pretty lucrative for our not vendors, but our business owners downtown, Old Town, and that's the car show. Starting at 4 o'clock, people start parking. That car show wasn't mentioned. And that's I guess 5 times a summer, and on Fridays at 4 o'clock and on.
The car show has a special event permit. And we've talked this over with
okay, I just didn't get mentioned.
Yes.
I want to make sure that he also knows that should be okay.
Right. And
also.
it would be a condition of the car show that we would work. It does actually say in the agreement, it talks about providing with the special event permit process that we would I think there's one with 5 days and there's one with 3 days notice. With proper noticing, the parking on Ventura Boulevard would be set aside for the tenants and the other folks.
Was still there.
Yeah.
Yes. Kevin.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and some of them may be for Darren, but Bruce, I'm going to ask you.
Sure.
It says here that we're actually going to share on a 50-50 basis the cost to upgrade the parking lot. Is there a not-to-exceed amount on that, or is it just half of whatever that costs?
We have some very good figures from our public works staff. It's unit cost, and there's really no surprises in repaving the lot. The amount is $75,000. If it comes in lower, if it comes in higher, we would share whatever that amount is on the bid, 50-50.
Okay, and also, it also has here that if the government agency is able to lease out 75% of the building, 25% if it's leased out to a private entity, some of that money will be reimbursed back to the city. Is that right? Let's say, Darren gets 75% of it leased out to, governmental agencies, if you will, but 25% it's a private. Does that money directly go back into the city, whatever the lease amount is, or is it 25% of what he's able to lease it out?
He has some latitude. If he's only able to lease 75% to the public, he is able to, with the agreement, the proposed agreement, able to lease 25% to private entities. If he exceeds the 25% to private entities, the city and VCTC would split that amount. So anything over 25%, 26, 27, say it's 30% he leases to private, the 5% revenue that he would get from that additional 5% over 25%, that would be split 50-50 with the city and VCTC.
Okay, and there's also part of it that says if, in fact, VCTC ever proposed to sell the building, okay, that the city would get back a certain amount of those dollars. And I guess the question is, and I know it's, a little bit of a hold harmless, I assume, I don't like to assume anything, that they're not going to sell it, but in the fact that they do, that money that they sell it for, there will be a percentage of that will be paid back to the city, as I understand this?
Yeah, because they're getting a great deal for $1. It's a good match, it's a good fit. We're getting a great deal, too, with the money they're planning on putting in and the economic output that they'll provide. There's a clause in here that says, for whatever reason, if they sell, we would buy the building and the land, actually the land back, for $700,000 and plus inflation. So we would recoup our costs, so there would be no question of a gift of public funds or giving anything away that we had.
And then lastly, I don't mean to birdwalk here, but it says at the very end here that it may provide some sales tax opportunities, and I'm assuming that would be the private part of this if they have to lease it out to a private entity that sells something there, that they might generate some sales tax there. Is that?
I don't think that they would have any type of retail sales on site. It'd be an office use, but it's more about the purchasing and being in town buying, the impact from the presence of those folks being here.
Our restaurants can't wait along there.
A restaurant type thing? Is that what we're talking about?
Anything that generates sales.
They might go buy shirts at your store.
Oh, they might go buy shirts.
But that would only be the 25% that they can't lease out to the...
No, it's just really just bringing people to the downtown area that would shop in Camarillo and buy items that they paid sales tax on.
In entities around the courthouse, then we're talking about, not necessarily the courthouse itself. Then,
correct.
The sales tax, is that what that's?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So I was reading, it was saying that they might be able to generate some sales tax revenue with the building. So.
Understood. And if we go just a little bit further, I would imagine that with this, with the old courthouse improved and being sparkling new, that it's going to also bring the property values up around the old courthouse, and that'll generate more property tax and for all the taxing entities. So it's a good fit.
Thank you.
Okay. Some questions.
You're welcome.
Councilman?
Yes. I have said on VCTC during this, and although I had to excuse myself, so I haven't been a party to the other side of this conversation. So I haven't got to ask questions over there. But one of the items I was looking for was electric charging stations.
thinking that was the natural fit. Obviously, I can't get my acronyms tonight. VCTC should have charging stations. You made me read 37 pages to get to charging stations, the very last exhibit.
It was in there.
Huh?
It's in there.
It's in there
Yeah,
on page
because
37,
it
the
was
very
the last
last
item
exhibit. I
added.
mean, you made me read the whole thing, which I would have done anyway. But my question on this one is that the cities or VCTC, and will it be somewhere in the parking lot so that it will always be available and not tied up in any of the special event or problem parking or?
I think that might be air quality board, air control board, because they're putting 4 in down at the train station.
No.
They're putting them wherever they can get a chance to put them.
No, but this goes into the parking lot. That's one of the criteria, that it goes into the parking lot. We're sharing the parking lot. So is it the city or is it VCTC that's?
We would design the parking lot so that the chargers are located on the peripheral near the east side of the parking lot.
So it would always be available.
Someday we hope that the downtown is so successful that we actually have to get, as the agreement says, we have to get back together with VCTC and possibly regulate the parking in the lot. Now that might sound counterintuitive, but that would also mean that the downtown is thriving so well that there's a shortage of parking.
Which is actually one of the other ones I have a little bit of a question on, is it talks about that, and you're going to talk about them, and that they have the ability to designate so much for it for VCTC, which is going to be pretty hard to negotiate, 5 years from now or whatever. But then it talks about on a special event that you're going to go out and you're going to mark spots out on the curb for VCTC, and that we're going to enforce that. How in the world are you going to enforce during a special event parking on the street for use in that office building?
Well, in the past, what we've done, we've signed it and we've marked it in that respect.
You're going to have a monitor. You're going to have a parking monitor. How are you going to know who parks there?
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to come up with a permit plan.
They have that right now with the car show. They go and mark them with the, what do you call those things?
Cones?
Horse. I understand that, but
And they mark them with times
I
on
understand what Ms. McDonald's saying. She's saying that it's a no parking sign now with the car show.
Yep.
What we're talking about is allowing parking. So if we had a special dashboard sticker or sign, some card or something that needed to be designated to show they can park in those areas.
Similar to what we get for the Christmas parade. But you have somebody standing there that doesn't allow you into the parking lot. So you're talking about out on the curb, putting cones, which I know from being in the park all the time, cones don't mean anything. They're just something that people pick up and move. But you're talking about moving all the employees out of the parking lot onto the street.
Yes.
And who's going to monitor that?
The police would come by at the right time and cite those that don't have the proper identification.
So we're going to have some kind of ordinance or resolution, something in place in order to do that, because it doesn't fit into our normal parking.
Right. It would come through on the special event permitted planning.
My other question has to do with the ability to use for other governmental entities. There's no restriction on what kind of governmental entity? If the sheriff wants to put a jail there, they could do it? That's kind of an...
maybe an administrative use that went with the jail, but definitely there wouldn't be any cells.
I probably went a little far with my example, but...
inmates or anything like that.
It could be any kind of governmental or nonprofit, so there's no restriction on the kind that could go in there in Old Town.
Yes.
So I'm thinking of some of the ones that we've had where we've had people complain about some immigration offices. We had one where people were protesting about that, things like that. So there's no restriction. We're just going to rely on Darren to make sure that he has compatible uses. Could there be some wording in there to ensure that there's some kind of...
I just know that if this doesn't get in there, something's going to happen down the road, just like we've had with some of our other agreements recently. And because they weren't spelled out and they were very vague, we end up beating it up later. So I just want to make sure that we've talked about it, that we're aware of what we're opening it up, because we're not just moving VCTC in there, they're becoming a landlord. And we're doing it for a purpose, and this is redevelopment, and we just want to make sure that they are indeed compatible uses. I haven't been on the other side, so I don't know what VCTC has talked about.
Your Honor, yeah, I still go back to the Pitts Ranch, and when we approved the going out to draw up a plan after it was all done and the meeting was about ready to close, and Sandy Bush said, oh, by the way, it's got to be all housing because we don't want to split the city into two halves with a bunch of industrial. And everybody kind of let it go because it was the end of the meeting and we'd beaten that up for hours that night. When it came back, it was all housing, and I asked the planning director at the time why, and he said that's because nobody said anything against what the one city council member said, so we took it as a direction of the council. So I'm going to get in here at this point. If we're going to say it can't be certain types of government agencies or offices, I think we need to have a full discussion, because this is pretty vague what you're saying. And I don't know that it's anything I agree with. I mean, if you don't want certain kinds of government offices, I think we need to say so and have a full council discussion about it.
I think what you said is exactly my problem, is it's very vague. And since it is vague, I don't know what it means. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what you should restrict or what you shouldn't, but because it's very vague, we don't know. That's what I'm bringing up.
And I can tell you that we did not intend to have any say in who the VCTC selected as tenants. That's where we are.
So
and
you're
if you
just
so wish to do something, the council desires.
It seems to me that we've got to rely on the good judgment of a board of elected officials with a professional staff to make sure that they have, if they do rent it to somebody, it's compatible with their mission. It is, after all, their building.
And it won't take up any more parking.
And really, that's what started. It was the parking thought that started me in this whole process.
Well, whatever tenant goes in will be checked for code compliance on parking. So the actual use, if that's something you want us to try and come up with language, keep in mind that this is an owner-occupied building. The VCTC plans on being there, and I would hope that what's good for them would be good for Camarillo, and what's bad for them, they wouldn't do. Yeah.
And whoever just said the parking, that's what got me there in the first place, because we're thinking of parking to handle a certain amount, and if you've got a really heavy use, then the whole purpose of us having a parking lot there has gone down the wayside.
But we would check that for the appropriate
Our
parking.
staff has a way of checking parking if it meets the requirements.
But you don't go in and check who leases any other building in this town unless they come in for a permit or something. You don't, a multi-tenant building, you don't go in and check all the tenants.
Well, through the business licensing, we do check for zoning
You got to have
consistency.
the zoning, right?
Yep.
And the parking there as well.
Yeah.
Now, granted, some restaurants are more popular than others, and they beat, on the average, our parking required. And in some ways, it's not a bad thing, but...
Okay.
Is there any other, I've got a couple questions. Maybe you can answer them, or Darren. First of all, how many employees do you anticipate? Oh, there you are. How many employees do you anticipate having there on, say, an average workday?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Darren Kettle. I'm the Executive Director with the Ventura County Transportation Commission. VCTC currently has about 20 full-time equivalent employees. It's our expectation that, given the current square footage that we are in now, that we'll occupy a little over half the building, and it's our hope and intent, as Councilmember McDonald, I have a tendency to call her Commissioner McDonald. That's what I've become used to, but I think that's changing. Our intent is that the facility serve as a regional agency professional office facility for public agencies. And so we already have verbal commitment from the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, who has a regional office right now in Ventura County, in fact, in the building that we're currently occupying, that they would relocate their offices to this location, and there are a couple of other interested parties as well. The intent behind it is that potentially, is it possible that VCTC could have 40 employees and we completely occupy the building? It's possible. The intent behind this is that we could handle either other tenants or take over the whole building ourselves at some point to give ourselves room, quote unquote, room to grow. Certainly the building can accommodate 50 employees, professional employees at that location, and I would see that at the max that would be where we would end up. And again, they would be professional, administrative in nature, like the role that we play now.
Okay. And the other question I have, is there any, have you gone any further than to figure out how much you're going to be putting into the building for improvements or?
Yes, we've done a lot of homework. I'm reasonably familiar with the building inside and out, in that both my wife and I are regular visitors of Farmers Market on Saturday morning. And the commission did hire a consultant to do an assessment of the building. We wanted to go in with our eyes wide open. It somewhere on the order of about $1.7 million just to make the facility, for all intents and purposes, habitable for public purpose or public use, that could can accommodate a full, open to the public type of operation, which hasn't been the case for some time. 1.7 is just the habitable part. We're looking at somewhere on the order of $2.5 to $3 million in total cost into the building, anticipating some level of LEED certification, so that we're somewhat practicing what we preach as it relates to environmental sensitivities and concerns and making the building efficient. The commission has set aside out of one of our funding sources, $3.5 million right out of the chute, recognizing that that's a ballpark number based on estimates that were built from a consultant that had done some work for us.
Okay. And just as an aside, I got a complaint the other day about the condition of the portion of the parking lot that, although we don't own it, but we apparently have an agreement with the school district to. It's in pretty bad shape.
I was going to bring that up tonight because I go there all the time, and you can sweep it and it comes up.
I hope that
and we need
when
to
we
redo
do
that
this,
part of the
we do
parking
it
lot.
all, yeah. So just let you know.
I have a question to Darren.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Darren, before you go, the financing of this, so you're prepared to spend anywhere from $2.5 to $3 million to upgrade the building. Now, will this be an ongoing project, or will you spend all this money at one time and then move in?
The intent at this point is that we will bring in through the public procurement process, contractor come in and get as much of the heavy lifting done. Now, recognizing that we may have several tenants that may come into the facility, we will need to work with them for tenant improvements, so that may come in later. But again, the heavy lifting, the bulk of the building, the major work on the reconstruction will be done in one shot.
Do you have any idea, Darren, about how long this will take from start to completion if it is approved, from when you start to when you potentially can move in?
Well, my problem, Councilmember Kildee, is I'm an eternal optimist. Which, I'm thinking 18 to 24 months to our occupancy. The commission has authorized me to negotiate with the Public Works Agency of Ventura County, their Engineering Services Division, to provide project management services for us. The county has architects, a list of architects that we are pre-qualified, that we would then do an interview process with and ideally get them on more quickly. There's a lot of excitement on the part of the commission. I should mention that the commission did approve on our end on Friday of last week unanimously with one recusal the agreement. So there is a lot of excitement about making this happen quickly.
And where you're located now, Darren, you have the flexibility to move out of that location when it's permissible?
That's correct. We're currently on a year-to-year, and as we have better planning a better idea of when we can locate into the new facility, we will be making adjustments in our current lease to allow that flexibility.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Just before you leave, Darren, I heard you talk about SCAG. Of course, I knew that. How about Caltrans?
Caltrans has made a business decision in order to reduce costs. They've moved all of their staff into their LA office at this point. The one ombudsman type person who was here has retired, and they've closed that office. If we were to make space available to them free, they might be willing, or at least a phone line. Vice Mayor Morgan, I wouldn't expect to see Caltrans, just given the nature of their operation and their budgets, to see them occupying another office and staffing it for that matter.
I had just heard that they were interested, so I was wondering.
We were hoping that would be the case, but with this recent decision, they've got everybody back at headquarters.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Kettle? Okay.
I can't commit my 17-member board, but it's certainly not our intent.
No.
I thought as far out as I could.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I move to approve the purchase and development agreement and related documents with VCTC and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents subject to any further revisions and approval as to form as recommended by the city attorney.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Just one, if we could vote. Well, we all up here, Darren, feel that Camarillo is the best city in the county. I'm sure you agree with that, right?
Not
to put you on the side.
No comment.
Market on Saturday morning.
Please vote.
Off his mic, he might say.
There you go.
Okay, motion is carried unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, I did bring one George Washington. We will make sure that when we have the deal finally set, because we will be able to take possession with the approval of the construction permits. We expect to throw a good party, and we'll have just this George Washington enlarged a little bit, and we'll figure out the right way to celebrate.
We're looking forward to receiving it.
All right. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one other item. That's the professional services agreement regarding the library expansion project.
Thank you, Your Honor. The item before you tonight is a professional services agreement for architectural design and engineering services to design a room addition and enclose the young adults area of the Camarillo Public Library. Two proposals were received and evaluated, with both proposals, after adjustments for differences in services, to be within $400 of each other.
Wow.
Both firms have done work for the city and are excellent firms, but staff is recommending CWA and Associates, who had the slightly lower overall cost and was the original architect of our existing library. Should council pass this item tonight, staff will have the necessary agreements executed and hopefully schedule the first council study session for early January so you can meet with CWA and begin the design phase of this project. The project is projected to be completed by mid-September of next year in time for the opening of the Rancho Campana High School, and I'll be happy to try and answer any questions for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
They're not going to bring to the study session, they're not going to bring their pictures of their titanium library, are they?
I can request that they don't.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Jan?
I had one, and I think you answered it. So we're going to very much have a part in the design of this. I know we all have a very vested interest in the design of that library. So.
Absolutely. When we put this RFP out, it was on a basic patio-type design. We said that the council would need to weigh in on this, and again, what my anticipation is that CWA will come in. We'll have some conversation about your vision as well as what they might recommend. Then they'll go back and design against that and bring it back for your approval. But yes, absolutely, you will have.
Because I thought it started as the patio, and now it's gone into enclosing, so we've expanded what we've originally talked about, too.
Not exactly, because as with the expansion, there would be the need to enclose, and so we did originally talk about closure. That has obviously increased in the fact that we've now added wireless and done some things like that. But yes, we will certainly get your input.
I think that this particular firm understands that this council changes whatever they bring us.
Okay. Any other comments?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I move that we authorize the city manager to enter into a professional service agreement with CWA AIA Inc. for the amount not to exceed $67,300.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. We have are we going to need the closed session?
I think we already did it.
No, that's complete. Oh, yeah, I'm
we
sorry,
do.
you do. Yeah. Did you want me to announce that, Mr. Mayor?
It's another one.
Okay. All right.
I thought,
Go ahead with it.
Yeah.
We do have someone who's asked to be heard on an item.
All right, so did you want me to proceed with the announcement now then, or?
You could go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we do have one other closed session after we finish the other business this evening. It's a conference with labor negotiators. The authority is Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives is the city attorney. The employee is the city manager.
Okay. Right. We do have a public comment card from Joel Mann regarding ordinance 1100.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just drove down here. I'm speaking on ordinance, I believe it's 1100, which is the parking ordinance. And I would ask that before that ordinance is formally adopted, it have a lot more study. I think it might negatively impact a lot of projects that are already in the pipeline that already have been designed and gone over with staff. Also, they may have their mitigated negative decks circulated. So I respectfully ask that it could come up for reconsideration and come forward at a later time.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Mann?
I think that was option number 3, and it didn't pass.
Yeah.
Tried.
Okay.
Is it subject to appeal?
I think anybody can appeal an ordinance, can't they? Mr. Attorney?
Well, I don't want to be giving legal advice to non-clients, so...
No, I understand.
I would suggest you consult with the attorney of your choice.
Okay, so in other words, you don't want to reconsider?
Well, there would have...
Well, 2 of us did, but 3 of us didn't, so...
Well, I mean, maybe the third person might give it more consideration.
It's a 4-1.
Well,
They'd have to bring it back on the council.
Could
Wasn't
it be brought
it
back before
2-3?
it becomes an ordinance?
No.
Well, the ordinance becomes effective, I can tell you this, the ordinance becomes effective in 30 days.
Right, it
from
isn't it
today's.
Christmas time, and I don't think you come back in Christmas time.
No.
Our next meeting is more than 30 days from tonight.
Right. So that's why I'm saying maybe it could come up right now, maybe for a little further discussion, and see if the planning director might want to weigh in. I see, no, Dave's, no, I don't want to weigh in.
What do you do when you've already finished an agenda item, somebody comes up later?
Well, the item's already been voted upon. If there's any interest in the council with respect to reconsidering it, I can double-check your rules on that. I do know one of the rules is that it can only be only requested reconsideration by somebody who voted in favor of the item. And I'm trying to recall from memory if it can be brought back at the same meeting. Are you looking at the rule? Okay, and it says?
That's why I drove down.
Good girl.
I'm just thinking there's a lot more that goes into it, and it could negatively impact a lot of other people besides myself. So that's why I'm just asking it to come up for
What does
it say?
A motion to reconsider requires a majority vote to pass like any other motion. There are 2 special rules. First, the matter of timing. The motion must be made at the meeting where the item was first voted upon. And a motion later than that is untimely. Second, the motion must be made only by certain members of the body. A motion must a motion to reconsider may be made only by a member who voted in the majority on the original motion.
Your Honor, I'm only asking that we reconsider and have more study on it till after the first of the year.
Okay.
That's what I'm respectfully asking.
So in order for this to happen, someone is going to have to make if the council has an interest in reconsidering it, someone would have to make the motion to reconsider. I believe that it passed 5-0, am I right?
No, it didn't. I voted
3-2.
against it.
3-2.
Okay.
3-2.
So,
No, it didn't. It passed 4-1.
No, 3-2.
3-2.
3-2? I couldn't see now.
all right. So here's the rules. The motion for reconsideration can only be made by one of the three that voted in favor of the ordinance. And then there would be a second, if there is a second, and then there would be a vote on whether to reconsider it. Then what you've accomplished is that you're going to reconsider it, then you do the reconsideration and you vote either the same way you did before or some different way. So it's a two-step process. First,
Second it.
anyone can second.
You didn't have to vote yes?
The way I understood, and I don't have the book open to the rule, but the way I understood it is that the one making the motion has to be the one who voted in the affirmative. Is that right? Okay, so there's no limitation on who makes the second. So the question before the council is, does anybody want to make a motion to reconsider what your vote was earlier tonight? And there's only three of you make that motion, and those are the three that voted in favor of the ordinance.
Not hearing, I would suggest we move on. I don't.
I don't either.
The only reason I would even consider reconsidering my vote would be to have the opportunity for staff to lay out before this council a study session whereby we can look at what the impact of that 4 vehicles for every 5 units would look like on a average project. That would be the only reason that's what I brought up at the meeting. And if we have to vote on it tonight without that, then to me it doesn't make any more sense to hold off on doing it. But if we could hold it off and have the staff bring it back at some other point in time or the study session to really get into discussing the merits of it rather than just the fact that whether it should be or not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's the only reason I would. But if the reconsideration has to occur tonight, there's no reason to have that because
the study's not here.
The study's not here.
Right.
Because if it doesn't come up for reconsideration to let staff study it further, then it will automatically pass because you don't come back for Christmas.
That's right.
And I don't really want to appeal anything here since I've worked with the city for 30 years. I'm just asking we give it a little more time because it can impact a lot of different things and a lot of projects that are already in the pipeline.
Well, my question of the council or staff is whether or not we could. Do we have to vote on it tonight again after we made the motion to reconsider, or could we make it reconsider and then schedule it for a hearing in the future?
Like option 3.
Does it say in the rule whether or not the reconsideration has to take place tonight or just that the motion has to be made tonight?
Well, it doesn't. But then if you do the motion to reconsider and it passes, then the item is before you and you have to take an action.
You have to take an action, which gets us right back to what we've discussed all of this 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago. Staff said there was no further information to bring forward to us. We needed to do it so that it was in place. That's the whole reason they brought it to us in the first place. If it was, because if not, we would have had study sessions and we would have taken it up 6 months in the future.
But you've never had a study session.
But we don't have to have study sessions on everything that comes to the actually we did, you're right. We did have a study session.
We did.
There were just a few questions from that study session you're going to look at, LA4 and some other things.
Well, the question before, excuse me.
Let's be clear. Staff had a proposal, And then that proposal was augmented by the city council, and that's the proposal that was adopted, not staff's proposal.
It was never a study session.
What needs to be,
There was.
But it wasn't, it was not the study, there was not a study session. We made the decisions at a council meeting as to making changes in the ordinance. It was never, the ordinance that was adopted was never submitted to a study session for review and discussion.
Yes, it was.
It happened at this council table was when the ordinance was amended and adopted to make it 4 instead of 3. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. Staff's proposal was for non-apron properties to be parked at 3 per 5.
Right.
That a motion was made by Councilmember Morgan to augment that to 4 to 5. It was voted upon by the council and unanimously approved.
That's right. So the motion or the ordinance that we're dealing with now and was up for reconsider has never gone through any rigorous discussion other than right here at a council meeting.
That's correct.
Isn't the only thing that wasn't discussed was taking it from 3 to 4? That's all that wasn't discussed.
That's correct.
We had a study session on everything except the change from 3 to 4.
We had a study
That was done here.
But that has been my concern is what impact that extra 1/3 more parking will do to the design and use of the projects, is because you are adding 1/3 more traffic to, 1/3 more parking instead of lawn or open space or anything.
Can I ask a question? Why is it that the assumption is that if we vote to reconsider, that the item is before us immediately, that we can't say we will reconsider at a later date?
I think the part that I've been trying to analytically figure this one out. Right now, you voted to adopt the ordinance. That's what stands now. If you vote to reconsider the adoption of the ordinance without reconsidering the adoption, then the adoption will still stand. So that's why it has to be done. So what really, since this agenda item's already been considered and decided by the council, before you have any further discussion about it, because obviously the public would need to know if you're going to do this, you need to make, somebody either does or doesn't make a motion to reconsider. One of the 3 of you that voted in favor of the ordinance would need to do that in order for there to be further discussion on this item. And then there would need to be a second, and then a vote, and assuming that the vote is at least 3 of you vote to reconsider it, then you would reconsider it and have further discussion about what you want to do.
Tonight? The time.
Tonight.
We would not have to vote on the ordinance again. We can move, if we reconsidered and had a discussion, we could then decide to hold a study session as part of the process.
What you could do would have to be to make a motion to, I don't know if it's withdraw or rescind the approval, maybe a motion to rescind the approval, because you've approved it. You have to do something about that. So I would, for lack of a better term, say, because this is kind of a unique situation, I would say it'd be a motion to rescind the approval and then to request staff to bring this back at a future study session if that's what you're going to do. But you don't even need to address that question until you have the threshold decision as to whether or not you're going to reconsider.
Mike just asked, this was not a public hearing, so there's no noticing or anything.
There was a public hearing on the first reading, but there's no public hearing required on the second reading.
If we were to change that, which I'm willing to do, to review it, but do we have to re-advertise it again?
Well, if you're going to, right now you've got in place an introduced ordinance. If you don't adopt the ordinance, then that introduced ordinance will die for lack of adoption because you never adopted it, in which case, if you're going to come back with some different ordinance from the one that you introduced, yes, you would need to do another public hearing.
We're just asking for further study.
Well, we talked about this hours ago. We went through it, we talked about why we were doing it tonight, why it needed to get into place. I don't know why, it was noticed. We went through our agenda. Now, why at 9:30 at night? Are we talking about redoing something we just did a few moments ago? We're not getting any more information tonight. So all you would, talking about it again.
Councilman McDonald, the reason that I had concerns about it during our conversation was the fact that it seemed to me that we did not have enough information on the impact of what 4 versus 3 would do. I went along with it because I thought, well, we need we need to make sure our parking is adequate. But I still feel and felt at the time that we did not look at all the alternatives. And then there was this whole question, which we never got into, of a whole different type of formula that based upon square footage or something that was mentioned. So the only reason I would is I'm interested in reconsidering is that I think that we need to think about this a little bit more and figure out if this is actually the best way to plan a development is just simply to say, well, we just need more parking, therefore we're going to increase it.
Are you making a motion to reconsider?
May I ask the staff one more question? The night that it went from 3 to 4, in that whole conversation, can you refresh our memory on why we got to 4 and how much discussion took place?
That is right. I'll take a shot at that. There was quite a discussion, and I think there was a number of goals that I heard several council members express, and I think it was Councilmember Craven that kind of coalesced all that information into a motion that you could all get behind. And what was based on, I think what I heard one of the goals was to encourage units that have driveway aprons. And that if you were to say the original proposal to council was if you provided driveway aprons, you would then only have to provide 2 additional spaces for every 5 units. And then staff's proposal was if you did not provide aprons, then you would only then you would provide 3 spaces. The reality is it's a lot easier to figure out how to provide 3 per 5 without driveway aprons, takes up less space. And there would probably very rarely would you ever see a proposal that would have driveway aprons if that was the criteria. So by going to the 4, that would probably encourage developers to start considering driveway aprons because it now may be a balanced option. And so that was, I think, one of the reasons that you all got behind the idea of increasing it from 3 to 4.
Mm-hmm. If you might remember, at one time there was even a proposal to make it 5.
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And we went on for a good hour and a half. More than a study session would have been probably.
Your Honor, but there's many projects that have already gone through the process and are circulating. And as you so aptly stated, just to make this ordinance right now without really giving it study, as you always have, you'd have to redesign all these projects, and a lot of them have their mitigated negative decks already out based on the old planning or what planning recommended, which was the 3, because you have to redesign your whole project.
Perhaps planning can provide more clarification, but I think that's a little misleading. What is in the process now are general plan amendments, and it's up to the developer to take the risk if they wanted to get into that level of detail. But the MNDs don't get into the number of parking spaces because there isn't a site design that's normally required to be that detailed during the general plan referral process. We're not talking about RPDs or anything like that that really shouldn't come forward until after the general plan referral is considered. So any of the items, any of the projects going through the planning process right now, I would recommend if you make some kind of decision to defer the parking standards, that you also defer any further work on those general plan referrals until we have a direction from you. Because the one thing I heard unanimously is we do not have enough parking, and I can tell you the general plan referrals, some of them do not have enough parking. So, you would want to suspend on those as well if you do continue this item.
And just to make it clear, the one that we approved last week was an exception.
The reason that was an exception, they had an entitlement.
Yes.
The other general plan referrals do not have an entitlement.
It's also to be noted that particular project, Lot C, was parked at 3 per 5, which was staff's recommendation.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
specifically why I supported what we did earlier, is because we had an issue. We need to address it specifically for the reasons that Mr. Fox and Dave have said here tonight. And we were also agreeable to come back with the 3 to 4 at a later date. So that's specifically why I supported that.
3 to 4 or 4? 4 bedroom.
Just 4.
4 bedroom.
The ordinance we adopted or approved tonight went from 3 to 4. Am I incorrect?
That's right.
Or didn't it go from 3 to 5?
3 to 4.
4.
3 to 4.
Actually, what you approved tonight actually went from 2 to 4.
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Yeah, our current standard is 2.
Yeah. But we were talking about, the staff had recommended 3.
Staff had recommended 3.
We had changed it to 4, and that's what was confirmed tonight, was to go to 4 for every 5 units of guest parking, and as opposed to having driveway or approaches.
Or there's the option to consider providing driveway aprons and then only providing 3 parking spaces.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, 2 parking spaces.
Yeah, 2, not 3.
Well, my only concern has been what it does to the land use planning of these projects by basically substantially increasing the number of parking and leaving a development that looks more like a parking lot, like a shopping center with a lot of parking around it and some buildings.
Did I hear him thinking it was 5?
That's
Did he say 5?
That's bothered me ever since we've been talking about this.
Thank you.
Did you come here thinking it was 5?
Did I come here thinking it was 5? No.
Oh, I thought you mentioned. I thought it was 5.
You know, I really think I need to interrupt at this point. We've gone on for quite a while now about the merits of the issue. What the really item, which I understand is part of the background that you need to decide whether you're going to reconsider, but I think that what's before you now, before we can go further into the discussion on this, would be whether the matter is going to be reconsidered. So someone or no one can make a motion to reconsider. If there is a motion, then if it's seconded, then there can be a vote on it. And then once you've done that, then I think you can have talk as long as you want about the merits of the
You're right.
motion.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
Any
Now, do
discussion?
we talk about that, or what do we?
You can discuss that now whether you're going to reconsider. That would be the issue.
My first thing is I think we're setting a horrible precedent by what you're doing right now. We take action on an item. Now, every time someone doesn't like what we're going to do, they're going to show up a couple hours later and ask us to reconsider. This is something that should be done on a very, very limited basis, and it should not be an order, a way that we do business around here. I don't remember any time in the time I've been on the council for 16 years that we have done this.
I've done it once since I've been on the
And so think about what you're doing and the precedents that you're setting here, that somebody can come in after we do it, after we take a vote, and ask us to reconsider what we do. Because once you open that gate up, it's now become what this city does. And I just don't think that's a right thing to do. You can always, we can always bring it back. I mean, you adopt an ordinance, you can always change it. Maybe you want to change it when you do the 4, but we've already taken action. That's one of the things that's bothering me so much, that you just can't do it and a couple hours later reverse yourself.
May I have permission to speak for a moment?
No, at the moment I have the floor. Thank you.
Comment on that too?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I agree with Mrs. McDonald. I think this would be a very bad precedence to do it this way tonight. I think we had a thorough discussion on this. It's up to everybody to get here at an opportune time. It's been noticed that we start at 5, and we've been noticed that it starts at 7:30. And if I have an issue with that, I'm going to get there right at 5 and right at 7:30. So I totally support what Mrs. McDonald said tonight.
Well, the only thing is we, unlike most things we do in this city, the decision to make that change was made at the council table, not as a result of good staff work to tell us what the impacts would be. That we didn't have that either to happened in this case. So we were making decisions that probably we should have waited and asked the staff to do and give us some ideas of what the impacts would be before we made that decision. We didn't do that. We made the changes right here at the council table.
And that's not the first
Your
time
Honor.
we've done that.
Well, maybe not, but then, that's.
Discussions are
so
for.
Your Honor.
There's changes, there's things here that's different too.
And I voted against it, but just in defense of staff, they did have a presentation, and they did make it very clear that we ourselves had changed that to 4, and twice he highlighted what the staff recommendation would be. So we could have changed it back to 3 tonight.
That's true.
Correction, I'm sorry, you could not have.
Well, maybe we couldn't, yeah, well,
We would have to re-enter.
we could have brought it back.
That's correct.
And changed it. We didn't have to approve it as we did that
Well,
one.
I think we've had enough discussion. You had a second, so let's vote. Read it to reconsider.
Your Honor, I would move to rescind ordinance 1100 and to have it brought back to us at the January meeting.
You know, I double-checked the...
I was just going by what you said we could do.
I know, which is generally good advice, but I was reviewing the Rosenberg rules, which is the ones we go through now, and what it says is that if the motion to reconsider passes, then the original matter is back before the body, and a new original motion is in order. The motion may be discussed and debated as if it were on the floor for the first time. So I think what that means is that you're giving it a fresh look. So you can make a motion to either adopt the ordinance as you did before, or someone could make a motion to continue the item to a future date, or you could take no action, in which case it dies for lack of action.
I'm going to ask if Mr. Norman could put up the slide that had the options.
So you're saying you need to discuss it, not just make a motion? Is that right?
Yeah, I think you do. Well, you don't have to discuss it, but I think it's been your general practice now. I understand. We're kind of in some new waters here, but the way the Rosenberg rules read, as I just read them to you, it's as if the action you took before has not been taken. You're giving it a fresh look. So whatever you do now is as if you were seeing it for the first time.
So we've already gone over all the staff on this.
Yeah, there we
We
go.
have to talk about it again, because if you're going to look at it differently.
All right, as I went through the options, you can adopt the introduced ordinance and return with 4 bedrooms or more standard. You can postpone the second reading of the ordinance and introduce the 4 bedrooms or more standard with a simultaneous adoption when we bring back for first reading the 4-bedroom standard. The third option is we can table the second reading of the ordinance, and which essentially kills that introduction, and then return with a full update for all unit sizes.
This unit sizes, could that be like reflected in what's pending? Potential how many units?
4 bedrooms.
That would be 1 to how many ever bedrooms you wanted. Yeah.
Thanks.
And the fourth is to table the second reading of the ordinance and take no further action, which would leave our parking ordinance in the status quo.
No.
Which is 2 and, no, which is 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah. No.
Well, Your Honor? Yeah. Let me tell you what I would be in favor of. When I made my motion the other night, we had people all over the place with 5 to 2, and I'm talking about 2 weeks ago, and I thought something with 4 could settle. But after hearing the staff report tonight and thinking about it for a couple of weeks, I think going back to 3 would be good. 3 for the 1 to 3, and then we'd look at 4 at a later date. So I would be personally in favor you couldn't do it with a postponing of the reading because it says 4.
3 is not an option, is it?
3 is not an option tonight. We have to, if we're going to adopt something tonight, we have to adopt it with what was up there earlier, which is 4, which was introduced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if we're going to consider 3, then we have to, it says table it, but I think that we take no action.
It's the same effect.
Okay. And ask them to bring us back something with 3 for 3 bedrooms and less, and then at the same time they bring us the 4 bedrooms.
There really is no substantive difference between 3 and 4. If you're going to table it, you're not taking any action tonight, and then you can just give direction to staff to do whatever it is you want them to do. If you want to schedule it for a study session or come back with an ordinance for a first reading that's got some different parking requirements, whatever it is you want to give direction to staff to do, you can do it. But if you're not going to adopt it tonight, then you're not going to adopt it and you're not going to have an ordinance. Which means that your current parking ordinance is the one that will apply.
Could I ask staff the question, what would the effect be on if leaving the current ordinance in place?
Leaving the current ordinance in place, well, it doesn't solve any of your parking problems. If you remember, in our study session, we presented you an issue where we have for sale common interest development like Wickford that is underparked, and you end up with a ton of spillover parking. That situation would not be solved. And if you're interested in solving it, we need to move with a higher parking requirement. If you're not interested in solving it, we don't have to do anything further.
Let's go back. I don't think any of us did not want to solve it. Don't start there, because we looked at 3 and 4, maybe 4, with 4 units. We're not there saying we're going to stay where we were. I don't think anybody on this board is going to do that. So don't start pulling that. Not you, but don't start pulling that one. We're here. We were at the 3 when we started last meeting.
But we don't,
that's increasing it.
But we haven't adopted anything. Now, my second half of that question is there anything in play that would fall under the old requirements that could happen before we had time to go through this whole process?
Well, let's go back to this very last point on this slide. Well, number one, to answer your question directly, yes, Mr. Mann's project, Mission Oaks project, is parked at the 2 per standard. Right. And but let's remember, the City Council has the ultimate authority over the parking issue for all the affected projects, including Mr. Mann's, because the council can choose to delay or reject his GPA referral until new parking standards are adopted, and he has to redesign his project.
Which is why Mr. Fox suggested that along with, if we're not going to take action on it, that no further work is done on the GPAs until we have an ordinance in place. That's
correct.
Let me ask you a question. I still urge we have a brief study session sometime in January to take a typical project, park it at where we are, park it at where 3 would be, park it at where 4 would be, and see what that effect has on the land use design of that project. Let's say,
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you right now what that effect is going to be without us having to hire an architect and come up with a bunch of sketches.
Okay.
That effect is simply going to be that the developer will need to reduce the density on his site and reduce the number of units on the site to accommodate the extra parking.
Of course, but
because there won't be any other changes or reductions in open space or usable green space, because those requirements are formulaic. And so they are not going to change or get reduced just because the developer has to add the extra parking. What comes at the expense of the parking...
excuse me, David, you're going to end up with more of the size of the project, whatever size it is, paved. You got to.
Your Honor, maybe I could step in and also offer a different perspective to answer that question, and that is, I think what you're getting at is and I'll go through, let's assume, since that seems to be the typical types of design we see, is projects without driveway aprons. Current standard is 2 for 5. Staff had recommended going to 3 for 5. Council ended up at 4 for 5. I'll go through each of those. At 2 per 5, which is what we have now, guarantee you're going to have a parking problem. We've seen it consistently, and I don't even know of a project in town that doesn't have a parking problem. It's a condominium project. So 2 does not work. I can emphatically make that statement. Staff felt comfortable that if we went to 3, which is basically increasing the guest parking by 50%, that we would probably see an adequate parking supply. However, we can't guarantee it. I think two of the concerns that were one concern that was brought up was that particularly in areas near the university that might have more density because of students and different types of occupancies, you may see a parking problem, and I think that was one of the reasons council considered going to the 4 is to compensate for possibly that type of situation. And then the other was if we go with the 3, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to see 3 and you'll never see driveway aprons because it still doesn't make sense for development to consider driveway aprons. So if it was important for the council, if the council felt it was important to see driveway aprons, then the 4 would probably encourage looking at some alternatives, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be the driveway, the 20-foot driveway apron in front of the garage. It might be a side parking space, and there's different alternatives for how that could be arranged, but you won't see any of that if you go with the 3. So what you're looking at, I'll summarize real quickly, 2 doesn't work, 3 will probably work, but you won't get possibly the design layout that you would prefer to see, and then 4 would probably, certainly you wouldn't see parking problems.
Can we mix that a little bit? For instance, a lot of these are coming through with 4 bedrooms. If you have 4 bedrooms, then we should be able to increase for that area up to 4. Would that work better?
That's a possibility. You could look at going to the 3 as a typical, and then if there are a certain percentage of 4-bedroom units, you could require the 4 guest parking spaces.
That's why I think we need to look and talk about that.
Mr. Fang, I think you know the number. The night we talked about this before, I believe it was Mr. Hardgrave, who is a developer, stood before us and gave us the number of units that you would lose. And it was, and I don't want to give...
I believe it was 1.5 units per acre.
So that's your answer to your question. If you do what you're doing, you're going to lose 1.5 units, not green space or whatever, but they will not be able to develop as many units.
Well, maybe, you may be right. Mike, I'm trying to figure out if I have 30 units or 30 parking spaces to build, and then I'm told to build 60. Some of that grass is going to turn into pavement. I don't see any way around it.
No, the grass doesn't turn into pavement. You end up with less building and more pavement.
Well,
but the grass doesn't get smaller.
Okay, then we end up with more pavement.
Than building.
Yeah, than building.
As part of the overall package, you're going to have more pavement.
Right, but remember, if you have less pavement and no parking, you have more cars than pavement or building.
No, that's true.
Your Honor?
Yes.
My understanding, okay, I think most of us, if not all of us, can agree that the 2 doesn't work. Okay. I think what I've heard for the number of years that I've been on the council is that they prefer to have driveways in front of these units. That's the preferable one. The issue with that is that the applicant cannot put as many units per square foot with the driveways here. So I think the council just needs to decide what they want the new projects to look like. And I, for one, do not want to have a project without any driveway there. I don't think that looks good. I don't think it works very well, and I think it's very difficult for families to live there, and the type of people, some people have issues with that. So for me, I can't do anything with what's already been approved, but what we're really trying to do here is what the future of the city is, and we're getting really close to build out. So whatever we decide here, we got to make sure that we get it as right as possible here. So if you want driveways, we're going to have to bite the bullet on that a little bit.
Wait, there's 2 things different than a driveway and what was that thing you call it? We can park 2 cars. Apron and a driveway. Well, you can still park under these rules with 3. You'll still have a driveway for 1 car.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you will.
Mm-mm. Where do you have the driveway, Mr. Morgan?
Let's go back to our very first slide. Okay. Now, if the unit has a parking apron in front of the garage, or it has a dedicated side parking stall, then 2 open guest spaces for every 5 units are required. This is staff's recommendation. Currently, the rule is 1 open guest space for every 5 units is required, and the current code does not allow for the dedicated side parking stall. That's something that we added for flexibility, so the designer could mix it up. Now, if the unit does not have a parking apron in front of the garage or doesn't have a dedicated side parking stall, then currently it would require 2 open guest parking spaces, and staff had recommended 3. Then, as we know, for all units with 3 bedrooms or fewer, we go to 2 open guest parking spaces for every 5 units if the unit has a parking apron, and if it does not have a parking apron, then 4 open guest spaces for every 5 units.
And the reason for the 4 was to encourage some aprons.
Now, if you did, wait, is it 5 units? Let's see. I'm looking for the 4-bedroom thing.
It isn't here.
Okay, I know. But there's been a whole lot of 4 bedrooms added to them now. That's a problem we're going to bring back. Added to the plans of other people coming in with plans? No?
We have one project where there's a 3-bedroom being talked about with an option for a 4-bedroom. And so, you know, if we keep the current ordinance as you've adopted it, what we need to do is we need to come back with a 4-unit and more standard. And then there are some nuances there, of course. I mean, what do you do with a, well, I don't want to muck up the works right here, but there are some things that we have to talk about. I mean, there's a lot of developer dynamic here about how to game the system on bedrooms. That includes having a 3-bedroom with a den or a 3-bedroom with a loft. And before you know it, you end up with 4 bedrooms, and then you got a parking problem. So, you know, the 4-bedroom thing isn't easy like it is with the 3-bedroom, up to 3-bedroom.
Well, the original recommendation of staff was 3. And I thought you were satisfied that. I'm going to brought 4.
You brought up 5.
Well, I tried longer because of your talks about the apron and all that, which I thought would be worthwhile trying. But I don't know how this is going to affect. For instance, let's say you have 100 units you're going to build. How many units do you think that's going to take away from a builder? How many units do you think it's going to take away from a builder? In a normal square complex.
Going to 4 parking spaces.
Yeah.
That's upon the
Okay.
Just to give an example, in using the number that Dennis Hardgrave had referred to, which is 1.5 units per acre. So let's say you've got a 15 unit per acre density that they're building at. And so if you have 100 units over at 15 per acre, you're looking at, what is that? Let's say 7 acres, okay? So if you have 7 acres at 1.5 units per acre, so you're looking at about 10 units that you would, so about 10% that you would be reducing the number of units.
That's a 4.
Is there anyone ready to make any motions or not, or we're just going to?
I believe that this should be brought back to us with the staff recommendation for the 3 units and
Are
less.
you making that as a motion?
Yes.
And the 4-unit,
They're already going to bring us that.
no, well, they're going to
That's-
come back with that
that's
4-unit
separate.
discussion
That's a
also.
separate- that's
I
a
know, but
separate
it'd be a
issue.
good time to do the same thing.
Well,
Would you consider
we're dealing
adding?
with a specific motion dealing with this particular item here. So is there,
I believe it has to be brought back to us based on what staff has told us. I think we can't do anything
So
tonight.
you're talking about rescinding the ordinance?
Well, we've already rescinded it because
We were just simply reconsidering.
we're reconsidering, which brought it back as if we'd never adopted, is what the attorney said.
Yes, that's what he said.
All right.
And so I am recommending that staff bring this back to us at the next meeting with the top up there, staff recommendation.
Staff recommend, which is,
And if they,
which is the, if it has a parking apron,
2,
it's 2 guest units.
For
or
every
guest
5 units.
Spaces for every 5 units, and if it doesn't have a parking apron, it is 3 guest units, spaces for every 5 units.
and at the same time, they can add in the 4 bedrooms since they were going to do it anyway.
That's when we can discuss more.
Well, you don't have a second yet, but I have a question on that one.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
My question is, and it goes to you, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to have a study session on this. You wanted to thoroughly talk about it.
I still do.
Will that happen at our next meeting? And my second question is would the maker of the motion and the second consider taking staff's recommendation that while we deal with this, no further work is done on the GPAs so that no one is working on a project under the old or unknown ordinance?
I'll add it to it. I want to make sure we we don't go to that 2 anymore.
Okay, because we do need 3. We've all agreed on that.
Yes, we need 3 at least.
I think so. Okay, so the motion then is to refer it back to staff to bring back an ordinance which contains the staff recommendations as laid out in the presentation, and that no further work be done on any GPAs until that gets back to the council and is acted upon.
But my question still goes to you, Mr. Mayor. You wanted a study session, not just an ordinance to come back. So if you all want a study session, you deny this motion and you make a motion to bring it back in a study session, because her motion does not include a study session.
My motion is to bring it back as an item. Frankly, I think we have discussed this enough. We've discussed it at 4 different times now, in a study session, at the last meeting, and twice at this meeting.
Yeah, I don't see the votes there to
Mr. Mayor,
go beyond where I am.
may I ask a
Yes.
question of staff? Mr. Norman, if somebody hypothetically is working on their RPD to get allocations and finishing it now to get, to be in line for allocations, it would seem fair, whether it's myself or anybody, that be allowed to go forward, and then, of course, whatever the council adopts, that would be the standard that project would take. In other words, if we can't apply for our RPD after filling out the whole package, and we have to wait till next year, we'll miss a whole year of being in line for allocations. That's the only thing I wanted to bring up. I agree with everything in their wisdom here.
Yeah, Mr. Mann makes a good point, and it's not unusual for us to delay the allocation process when we have processing delays or other things involved. RPD applications are due before December 31st. There have been times when we've taken incomplete applications from those who have GPA referrals. We would be continuing the same practice. So Mr. Mann and others would not be aced out of the allocation process because of this situation. And I think that's entirely fair.
Well, I believe any delay that may be caused, I think the motion is to be brought back at the next meeting. So we're talking about a month at the greatest time. And so does that answer your question?
Yes, Your Honor. If Mr. Norman can confirm that even though it goes into January, we would still meet the deadline for our RPD application, with our fees and everything else.
I believe you said that.
Well, actually, council confirmation of that action would be helpful.
Can we do it in a subsequent motion?
Please do.
It really would muddy the waters in this one.
Well, and I mean, obviously, he's standing here but not tonight because he has a project that, remember, is not even through the general plan amendment phase.
That's why.
And he's got it at 2. So one of the reasons and I'm only assuming this, my own thought, is he wants to get his through before it comes into play. So it's very important that we address this project.
That's not our intent. We're just asking that we have our allocation. Whatever the council decides ultimately next year, we will, of course, adhere to, Ms. McDonald.
Well, the motion is to refer and bring it back within the next meeting. And it seems to me that that's should be adequate time then for the city staff to do it.
Just for, I think I understand, but we're just wanting to make sure we have a clear understanding of the intent of the motion. That is, all that we would be bringing back in January would be the staff recommendation for the 3 units or less, that we would still have time to work on coming up with whatever the criteria we come up with for the 4-bedroom.
Yes.
That we will not have ready by January.
Oh, you won't have that ready too?
I thought that you said in one of those others that the 4-bedroom was going to be coming to us in January.
That, well, number one, we're not fully confirmed whether there's going to be a 3-4 option on that. That project still has considerable obstacles in design. And also the water allocation is still in question. And that one's
Then I'll take that part of that out of my motion, because I had said in my motion that we'd have the 4-bedroom requirements at the same time.
Possibly, and Mr. Attorney, maybe what council could do is make a subsequent motion that that staff would not be processing any applications for bedrooms of 4 or more. If we can do that, Mr. Attorney.
All right. There's been a motion.
I see no reason why we can't do that. Can somebody restate what the current motion is?
Yeah, why don't we take the current motion and get that out of the way, and then we can work on this 4 thing.
The current motion is
Can the city clerk read what I said?
Please do.
Yeah, our current motion is to bring back an ordinance with staff's recommendation as stated up there.
Okay.
That's not what the motion said. When I asked the question if you would add what staff recommended of not working the GPA, you said yes, and Mr. Morgan said yes.
Yes, and we added that.
Oh,
that's added.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
that's different than
No work on being done on the
okay.
GPAs.
And no
until
further
this-
work on GPAs under current ordinance.
Okay.
That's
All
the
right.
motion on the floor.
That's the motion. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Okay, motion passes 3-2.
Okay, now, the other motion, the subsequent motion would be,
I hate to tell you this, but you just voted not to work on any GPAs. Isn't that what it just said in the motion?
Yes, that's correct. Just to be clear, the only there are 3 efforts, 3 GPA efforts currently underway. First is Mr. Mann's, and what's happening with his is that he has a mitigated negative declaration out on the street right now for comment period. It is scheduled to come back to the Planning Commission on the 20th of January. However, given council's action, that would most likely be postponed. The second effort is the EJM property. We are working with them on design and redesign. It's an iterative process. It has been for many months now. We would just simply stop reviewing plans. The next is the Shea property, St. John's Seminary redevelopment. We are going through design concepts with them. We would simply stop meeting with them to refine those designs.
Well, I think the important thing as part of that, and I don't object to what you've said, is that hopefully that this will be back to the city council at this next meeting, so that all that process is basically a holiday sort of thing.
It will be for all of those projects that are 3 units and less. We have asked for a subsequent motion be made by the city council regarding units are 4 or more.
That's right.
And Your Honor, if I could add to what Mr. Norman said, if we come back on the 14th of January with our public hearing for what we've just approved, first reading, assuming that's approved, second reading, the 28th of January, that's approved, the 30-day wait, that would put us literally on February 27th at midnight. That would be March 2nd would be the first working business day, March 2nd. It's a Monday. And that would be, the important part is that's the minimum amount of time that the GPA process on the current referrals would be frozen. March 2nd.
Your Honor, but could we still move forward with putting in our RPD applications for this year, as Mr. Norman has stated?
Well, I think Mr. Norman said he could provide that kind of.
No, he can't.
I think in order to keep the applications going and not delay the allocation process too much into the following year, getting those applications in, deeming them to be qualified to participate in the allocation process would be helpful. We wouldn't do really any processing. What we would do is the applications would come in. We would deem them incomplete like we do most times because they usually come in incomplete. And then, they're in the hopper. That's all they want. They want to know they're in the hopper. Okay. And we can put them in the hopper. They'll stay in the hopper, incubate for a while until we're done with this, and then we'll start working on them again.
You said you wanted council confirmation on that? Would you
Yes.
like a motion?
Yes.
I will make a motion to delay the allocation period and to accept incomplete applications that you deem are ready to be put in accordance with what Mr. Norman just outlined.
Is there a second?
I think I probably need to interject here.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not on the agenda. I think
Okay.
what you've done so far is fine in terms of agenda management, but
I'm comfortable giving the conversation I've heard that I will assume responsibility for moving forward in that vein.
Okay.
And I'm comfortable with his assurance.
Thank you. All right.
Motion for 4-bedroom.
We did at the last meeting that you already had instructions on the 4.
And that was to come back. What about? But what was the processing of applications for 4 bedrooms?
I think you told us you didn't have any currently, and that
Thank
we
you,
had
Your Honor.
time.
Well, no, it's out there. It just depends on how fast it's going to come, and we don't know.
But that's not on the agenda either.
No.
you're right. there's
Well, it's
nothing on the
related
agenda
to the
about
parking
It
standards.
was part of the discussion and part of the staff report.
I think staff understands that there's to bring back an ordinance dealing with 4 bedrooms at some point in the process and fairly soon.
That's correct.
By the way, Your Honor?
Yes.
I took something, they talked about, 3 and maybe having a study for 4. The way to avoid that sometime is to make sure you don't have a closed door, an open wall for a study, so you can't just turn a bedroom into a study. Sometimes that helps. Then the person's going to be living there is going to have it wide open. So a study can be done that way to stop that in design.
All right. Let's see where we
have to do new business.
Comments.
New business comments. City manager.
I had 3 quick comments. A couple meetings ago, the city did their job in approving the hotel tourism marketing district. They asked me what the city's next step would be to implement, and I said, go read the bylaws, it's on your back now. So the hotel owners and the chamber are in the process of coming up with sort of an interim governance program to get their revenue flowing and their assessment districts started. So they'll be doing that, and then I'll report back as they implement their plan. But it's going to take a number of months to start the revenue collection and actually start the marketing program and actually hiring an executive director. I did have the opportunity to meet with a potential hotel conference developer. It was kind of Interesting, it was someone that is local, that lives up the hill, who has a vast amount of experience in hotel and conference centers, and he assured me that he did not read our RFP, and he described something that he thought would be appropriate on our site, and it was very much in line with what we have in mind. And he's building a project similar to ours that we have in mind in Montana. It's about twice the size, twice the amount of rooms, and twice the amount of conference square footage. So that was very fortunate. And I do believe him. I think he was honest, and he said, I didn't tell you I didn't read your proposal, and just came in here and reiterated what you wanted. I think he did that independently. And one of our local real estate brokers brought him forward, and I asked him to please screen him for credentials and finance and so on. So as you know, these projects, you got to kiss a lot of frogs to find the right one. And what we are doing with all of the former redevelopment projects, is we're referring them to Cosmont, and we're developing a short list, and we're pre-qualifying, and then we'll send out the phone book. And I noticed Mr. Mann was here tonight. He also is contacted Cosmont, and he will be on that short list as well. So good things. I think the economy and just being fortunate. Yes.
Question: did he mention had a flagship or just hotel he's going to build?
He was associated with a flagship in his past that he's developed a lot of experience and contacts with. I'm not sure. He didn't give me the name, but I will tell you this: he's got if everything's on the money, he's got the experience, the financing, and the best part is he wants to own and operate and do something for the next generation in his family. So those are all. That's Camarillo right there. So it's nice. We'll see how it's always nice to have a start. Then the other item I had is on our DeSalter project. And Tom, you mentioned that the Regional Water Quality Control Board Executive Director Sam Unger said that he would be, when we do get to the GMA process and hearing process, the agenda item, that he plans on making the trip here and speak on our behalf, and that's a big deal. And I don't know if you want to expand on that, Tom, at all, but that's a big deal. That's a very big deal for us.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just add a little bit to that. First of all, the credit goes to Lucy. She was at a meeting with the general manager on another topic and mentioned that we could use support, and he felt that was important. He understands our project and does want to be there to support it, and said he may even be able to have somebody come down from Sacramento representing the state board to support our project as well.
Raise.
Okay, good.
That's good news.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, City Attorney?
I have no items.
Okay. City Council, let's start with Councilmember Craven.
Okay, I've got quite a bit, and some of it's detailed. I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting on the November 21st, and I'll let Mrs. McDonald tell about that. On December 1st, I attended the Site Authority meeting, and we had a discussion of their I'm sitting here trying to think of what they were going to call it. Their plans for up to the year 2025. And they've hired a consultant, and he came back with some preliminary recommendations for the Site Authority, and we are going to have further discussions, but as you remember, the Site Authority is the remaining redevelopment agency. So they do have to have debt and all that stuff that the redevelopment agency used to have. But the recommendation is that they sell off all of the things that the Site Authority owns, all of the homes and the apartments and the I call it the Student Union Center, but there's another name for it now, that has apartments above, and that would all go to private entities, and then they'd be operating under what they call a public-private partnership, although I didn't see from the discussion where there'd be much public in the partnership. They would all go to market rate rents. And I'm just telling you, I'm having a real problem with this because as one of the people who was there to begin with, who developed a list of criteria for people with first priority, going for some of them to staff and employees, and for other people, other things to be designated for students. And then there's a whole list going on out, people involved with local school systems and all that. There was some question as to whether that would be continued. In fact, they said that would be up for negotiation. So I'm having a problem with this, and I'm sure Dr. Rush will be talking to me a lot about it. I'm not sure I'll get over my problem. But I wanted to put that out, that that's part of their Vision 25, 2025, I think they're calling it. And they'll take all the money from the sale of all those units, and then they'll build other things, namely dormitories, and I don't know what all else he wants built. That was a part. I was still stewing over selling off everything that we had worked so hard to build when he got to the part about what he was going to build. I attended the RDP 21 meeting on December 2nd. And tomorrow morning at 6:15, we're going to be leaving to go down to San Diego to talk to a couple of admirals about some issues. And we'll be back tomorrow evening. I also this afternoon attended a Fox Canyon meeting. We had quite a heavy agenda, and I'll try to, see, I don't even know where I put the thing. It's probably in my car. At any rate, there were 3 items that were of interest. One was the transfer of allocation, historical allocation, from the property at the corner of Pleasant Valley and Lewis to the city of Camarillo, and that was approved. It will be reduced. They started out with, I think, 46 acre feet, and that will be reduced by the reduction that we've already had, which is, what, 25% now. And then in addition to that, it will not kick in until Ordinance E is rescinded. But they're looking at rescinding that. Lynn Malhart swears it's going to be by February. I don't see how it can be by February. But at some point, the intent is that Emergency Ordinance E will be rescinded. So that was approved. Another thing that we discussed at length today, and we put off, well, there were 2 items, and I saw them as going hand in hand, were items having to do with reporting. And the last one especially, I had a 6 o'clock call on Rick Dirkson's message machine because Lucy said she wasn't in. And asked him if he'd read this item and if he wanted to start reporting on all the irrigation allowance index for all of the farmers that we serve water to, and that would include after we start serving recycled water. And he said by the time he called me back, he'd read it, and he had talked to one staff member who said, gosh, when we were putting this off on non-farming water suppliers, we didn't think of cities. So I think that we need to I need to talk closely with staff. I made a large presentation today, this afternoon, and I was a little bit late here because the discussion went till about 4:15. I think that we need to make it clear that the farmers need to do their own irrigation index reporting. Right now, it's self-reporting, and for our farmers, I gather they do need to report how much water they're using, and to be included with what all the other farmers are reporting. But I do not think that we should be the ones to do it. And as that was written today, we would have been the ones responsible. It's a whole new thing we don't want to get into, I don't think. And I don't think the other cities that I represent want to get into it either. The other cities are Ventura, Oxnard, and Moore Park. And Ventura has Oxnard always has an attorney there, and he was very definite that Oxnard did not want to start reporting for all the farmers they serve water to either. So there's just some things over there that I think we really need to keep an eye on, and I need to start talking to staff. I can't talk to them farther ahead because I don't get the agenda until Saturday if I'm really lucky, or Monday if I'm not lucky. And then I have to read it Monday afternoon and night to be able to ask questions on Tuesday. So those are the meetings I've attended, and I'd just like to wish everybody happy holidays.
Mr. Kill, Mayor.
I attended a VRSD meeting, and just, Charlotte, on your comments, I'd encourage them not to do that at CSUCI, and I'll tell you, there were some articles that Stanford didn't do that. Now Stanford has multi-million-dollar home prices up there, and they can't get, they have a difficult time, not least of which to get any workers that work at Stanford University, but the professors too. And as we know, Ventura County is an expensive place to live as it is, so I understand the need for student housing, I understand that, and they're looking ways to finance it, but boy, you sure lose your capacity for affordables if you do something like that. So that's just my comments. Let's see. Again, we have the parade, I believe, coming Saturday, so it doesn't rain, I guess, huh? We'll have to let everybody know.
It's supposed to go on if
Yeah.
It's not supposed to rain. It's
well,
supposed to be sunny.
not
Okay.
supposed to.
And,
I just checked it out.
you know, Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. And I think, let's see, is there any, I can't think of anything else to say right now. So,
Okay.
go out and shop.
Jan, you,
Meetings, Economic Development Committee, as Mrs. Craven mentioned, VCTC last Friday. The new bus was out there of number 16. Is that how many VCTC bus?
14.
And then Roadrunner will have some. So this is the new VCTC Intercity buses, what we're all used to calling Vista. But a beautiful bus. It was like somebody said, when do we take off? It was like being inside a plane or something.
aren't they they're calling those Roadrunner shuttles, aren't they?
Roadrunner, not crowded. Roadrunner is operating it, but it's VCTC.
I saw a bus over here at the main, one of the drop-off points right
Was
across.
it blue?
It was white with blue letters, and it said Roadrunner Shuttle, big bus.
Right. They're operating now, and some of their older, the buses that they have right now that they're using are some of theirs, and they will operate, they are the operators for the intercity
Yes, I know
buses.
they are.
But these are the new ones that will roll out in January.
It's not that one I saw.
Not that one, yeah.
Okay.
And then they're blue, so you can't miss them. Big old blue buses. But they have Wi-Fi. They even have 110 spots where you can plug in your phones. So it's pretty cool. And then Finance and Investment Committee today, we did meet, and investments are good. Ronnie takes good care of our money. Not making a lot of interest, but who is? And of course, met with the auditors, as we heard earlier. I have a couple of things, and they don't, well, I have two that I'd like to talk about sooner than later. I was waiting to see which committee I have, and I don't have streets, so sorry, Tom, you get them here. Some complaints about Central Avenue, and I know it's not ours, but the striping and the safety out there, and so what we can do on that one, I'm just passing along. And then the other one.
I'm sorry, just a little more clarification. You're talking about the interchange or?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the road. So after you come off the interchange,
Okay.
going.
If you, well, I've talked with them about it, and I went out and looked at it and drove it, and there's some stripes that go into the mobile home park there that are at nighttime. They are confusing. I'm telling you, if you're not a very good driver at nighttime, you may miss it. You may have problems.
Thank you. Now I know where to look.
Exactly. Now the other one that they're talking about is you come into town right there. It still says 45 right at our speed limit. I'd like to have that checked by Streets and Highways Committee to find out if we can reduce that speed, 35 or 40. Because people coming out of mobile home park and people flying down through, they'll be going 50, not 45.
Come in, yeah.
And so it's one of those I'd like to have looked at, our streets, who's ever on the Streets and Highways Committee. Okay, good.
And going to Central, though, take it all the way out to, where do you turn up to go to Spanish, or Sterling Hills? What's the street?
Beardsley?
Beardsley. Yeah, so not just right in front of, but all the way up so that it gets striped. I know it's county, but we still need to.
Yeah, we
Tom
can
can
coordinate
talk.
with the county.
And my other one, and I know it comes up all the time, but Adolfo at Rancho Callegas, mobile home park. But it gets so much traffic coming out of that track and then the high school. I'd sure like it looked at again because it's not just. It's
You mean
one
for Signal?
Signal.
Tom, could you talk to her about the staff that we went out there and talked to them here about 2 months ago?
Well, I'm not just
They did a
talking.
study on it?
Well, we've done studies for as long as I've been here. But, and it isn't just the mobile home park, it's the residents on the other side. So, you know, we need to keep doing it, and hopefully we don't have accidents there. And I don't know what else you can do other than a signal. Maybe there's something else. I have no idea.
There's a middle median. A lot of those people have to walk across the street to park. I'm serious. And there's a middle, these people are not young chickens, you know. I saw one walk across, I hope they don't get hit. But there's no real thing in the middle for them to stand on until they can see it clear. It's about that narrow.
They cross
And
across
so,
Adolfo?
yes, they do. They cross from the mobile home park. And so if you can look at that about having I call it a rest place, but a place to put your feet when you're walking across that street for safety's sake.
So what are they headed to?
Parking across the street, because you can't park on the street inside the mobile home park.
So they're parking over in the housing track
yep,
across the
yep,
street?
Yep.
Do we have parking standards for mobile home parks?
No, but you have parking problems over on the
You could
side
make a
of the-
motion to bring that up.
No, please don't. No. They got like 15 guest parking, but they're all over by the clubhouse. The rest of the place, they had to walk all that distance.
So they're part of the parking problem that's over on the other side, along with the townhomes that don't have aprons.
Actually, it's for visitors. You know, they just park over there.
You can see what we do to this town, and it's just ridiculous. Anyway, then my other one having to do with streets. I know we talked about getting a new pavement management plan done. Is it done?
It's done.
It's something that we're going to bring forward as we talk about the CIP, because we have two options, basically, depending on what funding level you want to go with. But we have enough done, at least for the projects that we put contracts out for this year, and we'll have it to you in time before we start on next year's project.
Okay. And thank you. I have one more, and this would be a great job for an intern. Do we have interns at the moment? No? But that's why it would be good for an intern. I would like to have a list of all of our master plans and when they were last updated. So whether it be the disaster master plan, the pavement management plan, because people often ask us, what do you have? And it would just be nice to have one list that shows all, because I know there's probably a list this long, what we have and the last time they were updated. But wouldn't that be a good intern project? Oh. I was trying to be nice to Jeffrey, but...
Are you talking about the various parts of the general plan, too?
Well, yeah, it could be. Obviously, that should be at the top of the list, yeah. But there's a lot of, I mean, if you really get down to it, there's a lot of little ones that, you know, we don't think about a lot, but...
Water, sewer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else?
Landscape, yeah, just go on and on. That's all I have, thank you. Other than to wish everyone a happy holidays, hope to see them at the parade on
What are you going to
Saturday.
dress as?
Well, I'm supposed to come as us, aren't we?
Nope, there's a theme. There's a theme.
Oh, we have to be a comic person?
Yep.
For what?
For the parade.
Oh, come on.
Yes, that's what it said. Its whole theme is.
Well, that's the theme, but we're supposed to dress like it?
Yes, you're part of the theme of the thing.
Well, we've never come as a theme before.
It says a Marvel comic character, like Wonder Woman or this or that.
It's too late to go out and get one. Mike, go ahead.
Not me. I'm already ready.
No, I'm sure you are.
Oh, I can't tell you. I'll show you when I get there. Clark Kent. First of all, I had AWA meeting, and I won't go into all that because I got a lot I don't want to do too long. Camarillo House Christmas. Oh, never mind. That was a Donna docents. St. John's Pleasant Valley Hospital 40th anniversary. Charlotte and Bill and I were there. That was very good. That was very well attended, and some good things were said about the hospital. Camera tree lighting at Dizdar. That was okay. It's just
kind of confused.
it's kind yeah it's different. It was, and plus it wasn't that well. I don't call it organized, but it didn't have as many in the old days when they had the what do you call those things? Those carriages that went around to different businesses that were open that night.
Lanterns.
That wasn't there.
It was very confusing.
It wasn't as good as normal, but still we had one. Tree looks well. Camera House Gala, we all attended. That was a lot of fun, a lot of good attendance, and weather. God, I thought it was going to be raining the night before, but thank God it's put off till Friday. But we ended up having a great gala. It was a lot of fun. Charlotte and
Outdoors.
and Bill were there. It was outdoors. Let's see, Dr. Rush's Christmas party, APCD, what am I doing here? Okay, one of the best department heads in this county, and I'm telling you, for the county of Ventura, is the one for the APCD. Mike Villegas is fantastic. Every year he comes back with either cutting the budget or streamlining it more, and he's unbelievable. We all compliment him all the time. And it's one of the better run APCD agencies in California. We're almost meeting our requirements, and that's tough down here. Now that they've increased it, though, you heard recently how the agency that does all that, the requirements, not APCD, Environmental EPA, just increased it again, what you have to reach their numbers. So that's going to be another challenge for us in the future. But he's done a great job. Just two things to end with. You know, we're going to have, they say 19,000 out at that university in the future. I say 15, because it may be where they can't grow much more. But if you look at it, you know it's going to be 600 students in the next 3 years. 600. It's going to keep doing that. The school is a great school, and they're getting great accolades, even Sacramento. The university may have 1,000 to 1,500 more potential units to build out there in the open land where it's got some sites, but that would be homes. But I think they're going to have to use them for housing because they won't have any other place to go. That's all that's left on the council. That leaves about 7,500 more students to find housing for. The properties that we're looking at along Las Posas and Lewis, Pleasant Valley and Lewis, that's going to be the closest thing to the campus. And I have a feeling we're going to have a real community there of students in the future because there's not going to be much more they can go to. The other thing I'm worried about is parking. If you go out there now to the train station, the parking, it's full. I talked to Darren, he says the same thing. Across the street's getting full. Now, if we have this full, that full, people can't take a train to take the metro, that's a problem. That's a real problem. I think we're going to have to look at future, maybe parking structure or something, even with them paying part of it, VCTC. He and I both talked about that, and that's what he may be willing to look at. Because we're going to have to accommodate more students and more train riders in the future. Where are you going to put them?
Have the parking structure.
And now they're going to take away 4 more for charging stations. Okay, electric charge. There's 4 more plus all the handicap that's up in front. Now if you go over and try to park in the middle of the day, good luck. So I think we as a council are going to have to start thinking about what we're going to do for the future.
There's some property, Mike. Let me turn this on. As you go to the east of that, that's kind of dirt. Does VCTC own that, or because that would be something
they do
to purchase?
But they think they can only put in maybe 2 rows, half rows. I talked to them about that tonight. Can't you guys go buy that? I mean, we already own it. I said, can't you go put it in? But they've got to deal with Roadrunner, so the road goes back to theirs.
Access to Roadrunner.
Yeah, so you only got like 2 lines there at the most for a certain distance. But he's going to look at it again because we need it badly. In the future, you can see it. So I remember Bob Burrows telling the people at that this center over there where Stablos is, has so many cars parking, that you can always park across the street. No, you can't park across the street. That was a bad, it's a bad statement now. So we've got a lot of problems down there we've got to work on in the future. I think we need to put that into consideration. I know we got the bridge we're talking about, but too late. It's already getting full on the other side. Well, we need to look for parking structure.
The other side of it is, though, that the students the students that drive in don't have to park at the Metrolink station. We could find a spot where they park somewhere else.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, away from the Metrolink station. They could go out anywhere that
We need
there's
to find a
parking.
place. That's what I'm talking about.
So
We need
put
to
that
find a
on our
place.
scope of looking for things.
Part of the problem is that we've developed a regional transportation center there without giving serious thought to what that entails and how big you got to have it to get there. And we run out of space.
Well, I've been talking about this for years, but now it's there. It's already there.
And it doesn't
So
have to stay at the
600 more
Metro.
students this year, 600 more students next year. Some are going to take stuff.
There's a lot of cars there that are almost, I tell you, almost overnight, too, that they're parking their cars there for a long time.
I can tell you, at 5 in the morning, there aren't very many cars there, so there aren't too many spending the
where they're
night.
coming from, too. He's going to be talking still with Roadrunner. A lot of their workers park over there on the other side.
Yeah.
About 30 cars.
Yeah.
And so
That would go a long
Darren
way.
is working with them to try to find them get them to park somewhere else.
Well,
But I'm saying parking is a problem.
Roadrunner's working on their master plan, and they'll return a lot of their vehicles to their own land. The other thing is the trolley. The university rep that's on our committee, he talks about the importance of letting his students know that they can park in the shopping centers and take the trolley over to the Metro.
No, that's true, too.
Okay, if they do
So,
that.
I mean, all that helps, but you're right. It's not going to be the turnkey impact, relief.
Yeah.
I think we need to look ahead and start looking what we can do for student parking.
We're going to have a session on goals. We could talk about it further.
That's one of the babies.
Okay, anything else, Mike?
No, that's it.
Okay. Well, I attended virtually every meeting that everybody else did, except attended, other than I did attend EDCBC, which I don't think anyone around here did. The hospital meeting was very good. They're going to have a community kickoff for this building of a new hospital tower of 50 new beds, and that will probably get going sometime middle to the end of this year. They've submitted their plans to the state OSHPD, which is the state health planning agency for hospitals, and they said it's going to take about 10 months to get through that process. And but they hope to have them approved and ready to go by this fall. So it's going to be a really beautiful new building there. Just basically move the people out of the hospital now, turn that into offices and other clinics and so forth, and have the new hospital where the parking lot is by Antonio and the right at where the emergency room area is there. It's going to be something. They're planning a parking garage down there as part of that. Yeah. Attended the tree lighting at the chamber. I agree with it. It was a little sketchy. And I attended the finance committee meeting with Councilmember McDonald. So anyway, and again, I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Best wishes for the coming year. I think we're going to have a good one. I hope we have some rain. That doesn't hurt Camarillo Springs.
Not so much.
Okay, anything else to come before this council?
We do have the closed session.
Oh, jeez.
We do have a closed session?
Yeah, it's the one I
Can
announced
we reconsider that?
previously.
Oh, go ahead and announce it then.
He did.
Yeah, I did already. So
So we have to reconsider it.
Okay, you stand adjourned for a closed session.